Hey, chat. Man, I was supposed to go live like half an hour ago. Bought a swimming pool for the kids, and let's just say it drained the living crap at me. It's funny, Devin. If you actually had done it at the time, despite how evil that question was, I was talking to Taz at the time because he went to ask me, would you wear it? I was actually in a meeting with HR and my line manager, and I probably would have done it. They would have had no clue as to why I'm doing it, but it probably would have been the most baffling thing they've ever seen. The good thing you did it. Anyway, I'll be right back. I don't know about you guys, it's rained around here and it is insanely humid. It's hardly breathable. All right, let's kickstart this show. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to another stream. We have a lot to get through today. Of course, the big news today is the layoffs at Bungie and how they tried to undermine the whole thing. I actually didn't see this coming up in my bingo card, but I did say to everyone that this was going to be the end game. Now, despite the fact that my wife's given me some pearls to wear around my neck to make my pirate look as authentic as possible, I said that they were never going to be independent and that they were always at the mercy of Bungie. And what do you know? Well, at the mercy of Sony. And all those people that called me names said I was lying. They said that I was full of shite. They even told me that I'm so dumb that I should go and delete my save file. Where are those people now? I just want one of them to come out and say, do you know what? You was right. But they are nowhere to be found. They are nowhere to be found. And I said that the end game for this was always one way. And it is shocking the way it actually turned out. Absolutely shocking. For all, the ups and downs that Bungie went through, to be systematically dismantled in this way is pretty disgusting. Hey, DJ Hennessy, how's it going? Phoenix is 98 and it's cloudy, no humidity. See, the problem in the UK is that the humidity is what kills it in the UK. It is so humid. The heat is fine. The heat isn't the problem. It's the humidity that's the actual problem. That's what's the biggest issue in the UK. Glad you could make the show, DJ Hennessy. What are you on about? But that's funny. Evil, but funny. But you know what? Before we get into the whole Bungie news, because I know that's going to take up a huge portion of what we're going to talk about, we do have quite a bit of Xbox news that I do want to get into. Hey, Rabbi. But before all of that, how is everyone? How has our day been? How has your day been? What are you playing? And what has the heat done to you all? By the way, has anyone tried Visions of Mana? I've got it. I'm gonna finish downloading it on my Xbox, but I did manage to get it on the Steam Deck, and it runs really. The demo runs really well on the Steam Deck. Rabbi, I didn't see your question at all, so you'll need to ask again. Ooh. It actually plays well. I really like that southern. Is that a southern accent that Hinia has? I really like it. I really, really like it. Is it a southern accent? Hey, Nunya, how's it going? That's all right, my dude. I think you're a dude. It's all good. Just playing Warframe. Playing Warframe, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna pick it up. I liked it. It was a good game. Definitely one for me. The Xbox problem? Oh, you mean with the hardware cells? I've said in multiple videos now and multiple streams. For me, they need to fix the hardware problem. They need to sell more consoles. I think everyone knows my position on this now in regards to the Microsoft financials. Uh, we're going to be covering that as well later today in the stream after the Bungie news. But yeah, I mean, I guess we can do it a bit before. But for me, that's always been a paramount. You need to sell consoles, at least in the market that they're in now. By the end of the year, that could change, and then the consoles just won't matter at all. But as of right now, in the way that things are laid out, they need to find a way to sell consoles. They need to find a way to make them more appealing. Microsoft just doesn't know how to market full stop. That's it. They just don't know how to market. Oh. But chat. Let's get cracking. Let's start with the Xbox news straight out the door because I want to get into that news because we do have a bit of news on Xbox front and some of the stuff where I'm sorry I was right. Don't hate the messenger, but apparently it's happening, right? But before we get there, for those of you that are going to be at Gamescom, Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl will be playable, which means it's pretty much ready to come out on November the 20th. If they are ready to show it to the rest of the world, November the 20th, that is 2 days before my birthday, Stalker 2 Heart of Chernobyl is going to be playable. Obviously, November 20th isn't when Gamescom is happening, that's in a few days, but 20th November is when this releases. My birthday is on November the 22nd. Woot woot! And should be great. And look at that. November the 22nd is a Friday. So maybe we'll do a birthday stream or something over here or over at Twitch. We'll see. Nearer the time. Doom Dark Ages. I haven't looked at Discord much today. I was very, very busy at work. Um, even social media, I was just posting and then jumping off. Let me have a look. Suggestion. I see it. Oh, really? Oh, okay, we'll just check that out. And I see Devastator posted a Dreamcast guy video. Bungie lied to PlayStation. I know Boss Xbox sent me that video as well. Um, what did he exactly lie about? I'm confused. Rabbi, my video today already spoke about the 42%. I've made my vocal very clear about that. And even in the comment section where people say that it's not an issue, I think it absolutely is. We can definitely have that discussion today and see what people think. In fact, I actually would love to hear people's thoughts on that topic. So if you have if you have any form of view, thought process, or anything regarding the lack of console sales in the UK, well, in that 42% essentially, feel free to jump in. I'd love to hear your thoughts today. This is the link for you to get involved. Oh my god, it is. My headset's dying again. Don't do this to me. This isn't. No, this isn't working, Nixon. This isn't working. I need the big blue one with my charger. Yeah, and then you need to use that white thing. Yeah, you're gonna need that. But you need to use the blue extension and bring it here. Anyway, sorry about that chatty chat. So yeah, who's excited for Stalker 2? And who's going to be at Gamescom to give this a try? I'm excited. Now, if you haven't played it, there's a game on Xbox. It's on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. It is called Chernobylite. It is, I guess, as close as you're going to get to Stalker 2, Heart of Chernobyl. It's a very, very good game. It is a game made by a small team, but the game is absolutely phenomenal. It's called Chernobylite. If you haven't seen it, do check it out. In fact, let me just see if I can quickly bring up a trailer for you. Just to get you into that. Huh? There, can you see the long plug there? Over there. Yep. Let's see if we've got a trailer. Alright, here we go. Huh? What now? Yeah, you need to plug that into it and bring it over here. That's my boy! My boy! Hmm? Into blue. Into the blue. Blue. Alright. So if you haven't seen it, this is Chernobylite. This is... Thank you very much. Okay, you can go. I have no idea why none of this stuff. And you said? Yeah. You need to stop killing the battery on my headset. You need to stop doing that. Anyway, all right. Check this out. So this is Chernobylite. Let's see if we've got the actual blah 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 blah. We need the desktop audio that is there. Don't want to burst your ears, so that should be good enough. Let's make sure this is running all HD. So this is Chernobylite. This was released a few years ago, but this is very good.
1986 was a great gift for humanity.
Have you any of you seen this game?
What are you talking about?
Do I know sign language?
I could tell you things
outside
that
of
turn your whole life upside down.
No.
But I don't want that. I can't have you falling apart. Don't you understand? I need you.
What are you saying?
I need you here. You're going to help me save her.
Igor.
Chernobylite opened a door to something that will change the history of mankind forever.
If you're talking about that clip, I've already covered that in my video today.
We can be together, Igor, but you have to learn the truth if you truly want to find me. You cannot succeed alone, but there are others who will help you.
So in this, you kind of meet people. You can actually miss people as well to recruit. You've got different areas that you can go and investigate. You've got different quests, side quests. You've got an overarching storyline. You've got a base to build that you can actually accommodate more people. Yes, even I, who hate building games, actually found this palatable. It's a solid game. I'd give it easily like
This
an
is it, my
8.59.
love. The
An
last
easy
stretch.
8.5 out of 10.
You've been through so much for me.
It's really, really well put together.
Make sure you're ready.
This
because
is
it will
out
take
already,
everything
yeah.
you have. Your wits,
It
your
came out like
strength,
a
your
year or
plan,
so
your
ago?
companion's
2 years
loyalty,
ago?
everything. Good luck, my love.
It was originally released on PC, but as you can see, it came out on PS4, Xbox One as well. It's really, really good, guys. Seriously, Chernobylite is the name. I highly recommend it. If you're looking forward to Stalker 2 and want a game that basically kind of fits into that kind of system, that kind of setting, Chernobylite is the one. Definitely check it out. I'm not sure if there's a demo for it, but it's really good and it's not expensive. I think it's like £20, £25, so it's priced really well as well. Yeah, you get like a bunch of DLC with it as well. Rabbit, are you talking about that clip that Tom Warren posted, where he basically turns around and says that Xbox is a three-pronged attack now? It's the console, it's mobile, and it is PC. Uh, I did not, Sandra. So, Steven, you're talking about this one? Tom Warren reports that Avowed is getting a slight delay to early 2025. I understand Avowed is in a good shape. This is more a matter of wanting to give the game breathing room outside of the very busy period for Xbox Game Pass. I 100% have been saying this for a long time. You guys know that I've been saying this, and I think it's true. Look, this is what I posted to Gaz, right? You've got the second half of this year, you've got Call of Duty, Starfield DLC, Towerborn, Stalker 2, Indiana Jones, Diablo 4, WoW expansion. You've got Replaced coming. There's a few other things that I can't remember off head at the moment that's coming. You've also got the third-party games that are all coming out in that window. I'm surprised it's just one of those games that's getting pushed to 2025. I said one of the games would be pushed. Last week, I said it would be Avowed because I think Indiana Jones is a perfect holiday game. COD is not moving. Stalker 2 being pushed into the latter part of the year instead of September basically meant that Avowed had to go. So I actually think and believe that this is actually true. Leaf Storm, I can tell you, I can let you know after the stream. Well, probably not after the stream because I still have to download it. I have it on PC, so I can download it and I can let you know if it runs on the Steam Deck perfectly. So I'll probably let you know tomorrow now, but I'll let you know in Discord if that works for you. But yeah, I think this is true, and honestly, I don't see this as a bad thing. Everyone thinks this is a negative. It's really not. It is too crowded, guys. The end of the year, Microsoft crammed everything into the last 4 months of the year. It's too crowded. It's way too crowded. I mean, you kind of want all of these games spread out. And don't forget, there's more coming next year as well. I mean, it's mental how all of these games are kind of ready at the end of the year. And it sucks that some are having to be pushed out a little more because of timing. But if they come out now, all at once, we are going to have a situation where people are just going to buy option A instead of option B. You want them to buy option A and option B. I know Game Pass users will just play everything, but these are also coming on PC. And you want to make sure that these games have the best opportunity they can to shine. If you release too many at once, they will just get overshadowed and cannibalize each other, and that is the last thing you want. I mean, don't forget, we're still getting Visions of Mana, right? And I know it's not on Game Pass, but we're getting Visions of Mana, right? So yeah, to answer your question, Stephen, I believe this is 100% true. Devin, I'll say this much, mate. People on Twitter with that mindset are just stupid. I don't really know what else to say. The brain rot is surreal. Also, they're just dumb. Microsoft is Xbox, right? They're kind of interlinked. If they weren't, you wouldn't be seeing a lot of the changes and the infrastructure changes that we're seeing now being played out, right? You wouldn't be see Satya Nadella making those decisions on investor calls instead of Phil Spencer, right? So clearly he's still the spearhead. So Microsoft is Xbox. All Satya Nadella cares about, Rabbi, is getting the games everywhere. He hates exclusivity. He absolutely hates exclusive games. He doesn't like it. He doesn't want it. He doesn't want anything to do with it. Hey, Chille. He's made this perfectly clear in the courts as well. He just does not like exclusive. He doesn't like gamers being or anything being withheld from people. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know. But it is what it is. And Brandon just tagged me in on this, right? This is what I'm talking about. And thank you for the tag, Brandon. Dragon Age the Veilguard to launch in late October. So after all of these games that I've been talking about here that are coming, now we've got Dragon Age added to that as well. So this just adds even more to my point. There's too much coming. There's too much at the end of this, towards the end of this year. There's just way too much. Stephen, I get Warren lies a lot, but on this one, it kind of makes sense. I would be surprised if it didn't. I mean, honestly, you didn't even have to talk to anyone or, get any insider information. It was obvious that certain titles were going to be pushed to 2025. Because I would have done the same. If I was Xbox, I would do the same. Rabbi, I don't have contacts. I can't get in contact with Satya Nadella. I don't have his direct contact details. I don't know what you want me to do. All I can do is release content, and if they see the content, their social media team, they will see it. But that's as far as I can go. I'm not Tim Dog, who has nobody on speed dial at Microsoft, and then gets upset when he doesn't get invited to stuff. There's a metaphor as well in October. That is a good point. The fall is just too busy. It wouldn't surprise me if another game gets pushed out as well, not just Avowed. I think Talborn is going to get a release date at Gamescom. So that's my assumption. A January release date, JB, seems to be like the perfect thing. But again, I'm gonna put this here, and if you do have a thought or a view on the 42% console deficit and why it's a good thing, I think it's a bad thing. But I hear a lot of people saying it doesn't matter. So for those of you that say it doesn't matter, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Again, the link is there. Just go in there. You don't have to come on camera. Just jump in. Make sure your mic is clean and air your view. But folks, the good news for Xbox doesn't stop there. Obsidian is working on a third unannounced project, aside from Avowed and Outer Worlds 2. So Outer Worlds 2 is still in the working. New Vegas 2, anyone? What do you reckon it could be? New Voracious Vegas? Vegas? It needs to be before Monster Hunter. There's Monster Hunter Wilds coming as well. This is what I'm saying. It's crazy. Yeah, the pipeline is crazy. And if these games all hit and they do well and they get good rating, people enjoy them, the reviews are good, Microsoft can turn things around quite quickly. Quite quickly. 0% chance of Steve Vegas. What do you mean, Gem? What do you mean? So, chat, what do you think this is? It looks like it. This isn't something. This isn't a rumor. Obsidian are officially working on a third unannounced project. So they've clearly got the people, they've clearly got the numbers to do it. What really doesn't help is that a lot of these games are shooters with lots of content or RPGs which take up a long time. And this is why I like smaller games. You know, being able to jump into Still Wakes the Deep and being able to finish that in one sitting, you know, it's like a 6-hour game, was really nice. Call of Duty, I think we got to 4-hour mark on Twitch yesterday. I'm really enjoying Modern Warfare 3 campaign. We didn't finish it, so we're going to finish it in the next stream. But it was really good. I really liked it. And hopefully we can finish it in the next one. I'm really enjoying these smaller games. They just feel really nicely packaged up, and they don't feel like they have padding. Still Wakes the Deep did have some padding at the end to make that little stretch of the game, which I think actually hurt the game more. But I'm not seeing any, these smaller games with no padding. It's actually a fresh air. It could be a new IP, Invictus. JB, what does that tell you about Xbox? If Playground is opening a new studio, if Obsidian is opening a new studio, what does that tell you about Xbox? I've been meaning to make a video on that, JB. I probably will. Because I think games like that should probably get some support from Microsoft. Exactly, Gen X. They are doing good. You don't do this sort of stuff if you're doing bad. You only do this stuff when you're doing good. Exactly, JB. Xbox is in a good place. The console sales are not great. I mean, I think we can all agree on that. And I personally feel that until, you know, Microsoft announce their digital plans for cloud, they kind of do need to push console a little bit more than they already are, because that sells games. But it's it's interesting. Sony is just tearing things apart at the moment, right? Firesprite is a shell of a company, and Bungie now is a shell of a company too. Pungalicious, New Vegas, Lego edition on the Nintendo Switch, Xbox, and PC. No PlayStation. That would be funny. Ooh, Rum Punch. That would actually be cool. That would be cool. At the moment, I think you're right, JB. But they're doing just enough with their third party exclusives to keep them ticking. Can you imagine if Microsoft stepped in and decided, all right, we're going to pick up Ronin as exclusive, we're going to pick up Stellar Blade? You know, can you imagine if they moved in and picked up these, Silent Hill 2s before Sony did? What would they have actually had this year? They would have had Hellblade 2. Not Hellblade, Helldivers 2, sorry. They would have had a remaster of a remake. Or is it a remake of a remaster? Don't know. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which, is a mixed bag. And Foam Stars. And that would have been for the whole year. Microsoft could have really caused them some unfathomable damage if they really wanted to. It's just they don't. JB, and I'm kind of happy to a certain extent that they don't. Competition is good. I actually don't know if Towerborn is first party. That I don't know. I've never actually checked, in all honesty. But you know what? The news for Xbox doesn't stop there. Did you know that, chat? The news for Xbox does not stop there, because we have one more big news that's lined up for Xbox. Starfield Shattered Space is releasing this September. Release date trailer dropping on August 20th. Be sure to watch for the next grand adventure in the universe of Starfield, titled Starborn, coming 2025 plus. Be sure to watch out for the next grand adventure in the universe of Starfield, titled Starborn, coming 2025 plus. So not only are we getting a release date trailer in August, we're going to be hearing more about the next DLC, next expansion, Starborn. And September seems to be the release date, even though it'll officially be announced on August the 20th. And for those of you that want to know when the Buckies are coming, you can see right here, August update. Like, come on, the good news just doesn't stop coming. DJ Henny, that's exactly what I want to hear. That's the type of response that mods are supposed to do. And if you ever speak to Leafstorm, who commented just above you, he will tell you how much mods are, change the way he does everything. My dude is like a mod magnet, literally. Just jump into my Discord and it's mod this and mod that, and it's crazy. I learned more about modded games in this year just from him than I did before. That's not even a joke. I believe it's going to be another big expansion like the one we're getting, Shattered Space, Leafstorm. Hey, Sanchez Gaming, how's it going? I want Starfield Online. You and me both, dude. You and me both. Or at least co-op. Co-op would be absolutely awesome. Being able to run through those facilities with a friend would be mind-blowing. Even if it is just co-op, being able to play with a friend and flying through the stars, that's enough. BigMADMoe says, Bungie ruined themselves. Well, yeah, they did. They did. And if you watched my video before I went live, the one that I released a couple of hours ago, I did say in the end, Bungie tried their luck a bit too much. They worked with Microsoft, and Microsoft gave them the autonomy to leave intact without the Halo IP, of course, but they left on a happy note. They went to Activision, and they fucked around with Activision, and Activision was very lenient with them, by the way. Extremely lenient. They even, despite Bungie breaching contracts, which they did, Activision actually worked with them to amend the contract to make it, to give them more time and not penalize them, because the contract that Activision had at the time was that if Bungie actually failed to meet their deadlines, Activision could take the Destiny IP. Yeah. That's the sort of contract that Pete Parsons kept on putting the company under. He actually put the Destiny IP in the contract to go with full controlling rights to Activision if they failed to deliver. And when they did, they were panicking like their asses were on fire. And Activision, considering everyone sees them as this big bad arsehole, turned around and actually gave them the benefit of the doubt and gave them an extension on their delivery date to deliver, which they met that delivery date, and things continued. And even when they split from Activision, it was a mutual split, and each party went their own way. It wasn't until they came to Sony that things suddenly took a turn for the worst, and they realized that not everyone is as nice as Microsoft. Not everyone is going to be as understanding as Activision. When it comes to Sony, the good old saying, F around, find out. Mafia coming to Game Pass? It is. Faction Wars in Starfield Online? Oh, man. Look, one of my biggest disappointments with Starfield, like full transparency, was the fact that there was no co-op. I really wanted co-op, guys. I did. I really wanted co-op. That was like the one thing I absolutely wanted. I don't know how they can get it working, especially with the engine that they have, but I really wanted that working. I really, really, really did. All right. So I guess with the good news of Xbox out the way, and there was a lot of good news there, right, chat? We wasn't just looking at just one or two things. We're looking at Stalker 2 being playable at Gamescom with a bunch of other stuff. Gamescom shows are at 2 p.m. my time, which is unfortunate because I'm actually working, so I can't actually stream any of it. But I'll be watching and see if there's anything cool. I don't think they're actually going to do a showcase, but they'll be like going around the booths and stuff. We've talked about Starfield, which was great. Obsidian opening a new studio for an unannounced IP. We've got Dragon Age Velgard coming in October. And I see this as a good thing with Avowed being pushed to next year. I think that's about right. I think they did the right thing with that one. But I guess now we come to the main event, the main talking point of the actual show, and that is, of course, Bungie. Now, Bungie turned around and said that 17% of their staff were laid off. And so they lost 17% of their workforce. But they actually lied. Well, technically they didn't lie because 17% was laid off. But what they did was they kind of put that at the forefront. But what they actually lost, on average, is about 35% of their staff, right? They've lost just under 35% of their overall workforce. And now with the news that Project Payback, which was touted to be Destiny 3, being indefinitely shelved, now you've got a bunch of people saying it's not Destiny 3. When last week it was Destiny 3, the week before that it was Destiny 3. Everyone was cheering it was Destiny 3. But now that it's been shelved, it's not Destiny 3. Now, I don't want it to be shelved because I think Destiny 3 for Bungie is absolutely needed, but apparently they don't have the staff numbers to actually be able to actually make whatever Payback was supposed to be it Destiny 3 or a spin-off. DJ Henny, man, Starfield co-op would be absolutely awesome. And do you remember how people were going, oh, 343 is taking an advisory position. Thank God they're never developing another game for Halo. And they're hiring for the next Halo game. So that news about, I saw a bunch of Xbox content creators running out and immediately cheering that 343 wasn't doing it. Who was the one that said that's a whole bunch of baloney, 343 is still there? I don't believe a thing that person said. It sounds like a whole bunch of wish-wash. Who was it? I mean, you can say it. I mean, my ego isn't that big, but you can say it anyway. You can shower the praises. It's okay. I'll take it. I'll take the fact that I was right yet again. But yeah, 343 is working on the next Halo. Dem, I know that. You know that. But I saw a bunch of creators out there that were cheering like the second coming of Christ when they turned around and said, oh my God, this is the best thing since sliced bread. woke up to Robert Greene saying praise. Okay, we're definitely not talking about the same Robert Greene, because a Robert Greene I know is an Irish dude who can't speak without saying the F word every other word. I'm pretty sure he swears more than a Marine at this point. I'm convinced. But all things being equal, saying to praise people's egos. So you're very, very correct. And so often correct. That's what I want to hear. The Halo community does not like 343 until 343 makes a banger, and then they're going to love 343. People are very fickle in that regard. Yeah, definitely not the same Robert Greene. The one I know is an Irish dude, and let's just say, yeah, his potty mouth gives me a run for my money. I don't think so, Stephen. They make a different kind of game. I don't think it would work. They do, JB, because Halo is still a fun game to play online. I really do need to get back into it. I really do. But this, guys, is, really, really disturbing. I'm really disappointed in what's happened. Well, not disappointed. I'm really saddened by what's happened over at Bungie. I really am. I knew the writing was on the wall when they first went in, and all the people that were saying that they were independent and nothing's going to happen, Sony can't do anything, and now all of those same people are saying, this is a great thing, this is fine, they were never independent. I really feel like Pete Parsons has really screwed things up for them. And the fact that they tried to hide the almost 35% workforce being taken away pretty much outlines Sony's ambitions already. With Herman Hulse now apparently at the head of the helm, this is this is game over for Bungie, if you ask me. Then there will barely be any Doom content. Yeah, I think Doom is fine. id Software is fine for thing. Yeah, I've got a lot of slides here that's covering a lot of that. Wait, Helldivers 2? Announced for Xbox? August 6th? For real? No way. Is it really? I always knew it would come, but I didn't. I guess it's going to be announced at Gamescom. Rabbi, I think that's great news. I think that's great news. That's literally that's this week, right? No, next week. Next week Tuesday. That's good. So that's like a Gamescom announcement. They said it would have been coming at the end of July, but I guess it didn't make it to the end of July. So if it's true, Gamescom is Gamescom dates. Actually, Gamescom is 21st August to 25th August. So from a Wednesday to a Sunday. and the actual timings of everything is really weird. But a lot of the shows are at like 2 p.m. my time, which makes it really bad for any form of streaming because I am not allowed to have a summer holiday this year. I'm not allowed to have any breaks this year. I have to work all the way through till the end of the year. No holiday for Mr. Chaos, unfortunately. So I can't even like take a bit of a break to actually be available to stream some of this. What you mean like this, Steven? Xbox, Xbox. Everybody wants an Xbox! Like that? Hey, you said. What would you give my singing out of 10? What would you give my singing out of 10? You didn't hear it? Did you mentally block my singing out? Yes, he mentally blocked my singing out. But you'd give it a 10 out of 10, right? But you just say yes. No? So what would you give it out of 10? Maybe. I mean, I've got it for PlayStation and PC. Uh, I really wish it was cross-play, right, chat? Not cross-play, cross-save. That would be really cool, right, chat? Having it cross-save. You know, this wonderful thing that we have with Xbox that everyone seems to really love and enjoy. So it really depends. It really depends. I would. I just had a really good day today. I mean, work was okay, but you know, I was outside. I bought my kids a little swimming pool for the garden because I can't go on holiday at the moment because of my moving situation. I've already spoken to my workplace, and we've come to the arrangement that when the council comes and tells us they found us a place, I basically have to. From that point, I let my workplace know, and they've agreed that I get 2 weeks off from that point to move to my new location, set up the internet and everything. So I've not really been able to take the kids out anywhere. So because I couldn't really take the kids out, and the weekends have generally been full with either birthday parties or visiting family, which none of which I genuinely enjoy. But it's been busy. Today was one of those days where I bought something for the kids, filled up the swimming pool. They kind of jumped into it. We had a bit of fun. Got some. I bought some water guns, you know, pistols as well. So we had water fights. We got the hose out. And honestly, it was just a really, really uplifting day for me today. Despite all the bad news that happened with Bungie, which is terrible, and this isn't to downplay the terribleness of what happened with Bungie, I just had a very, very good day today. And though it's rare for me to have really uplifting days like this, when it does, this is the cheerful mood that I usually am in. Would you like me to go back to my doom and gloom? Doom also said Doom wouldn't be on PS5. I said from ages ago that shit was going on PS5. I said from ages ago. Anything, I mean, to be fair, Jets Corden said it wasn't going to go on PS5 as well. Like, everyone needs a bit of Stella yams. Trust me, those yams are pretty yams. Robbie, I said, I'm going to give it a try. See how it runs. I've already got a really extensive save on PlayStation, so if they're not cross-play at all and they don't communicate, which would be really dumb, then I'll restart a profile on Xbox if people want to play it. Why are they rejoicing? Let's see. That was actually planned for a little bit later, but This, Sanchez. This. So none of the executives are axed. J Dub is cheering that there's a hostile takeover. No more Bungie games for Xbox. Now you can see why they're cheering, right? Because with Herman Hulst in charge, uh, that's it. It looks like Sony will completely have control of Bungie by the end of the year. Love it. They don't care about the staff that's let go, by the way. Fuck the staff. They don't matter. All those people, like, this JTech TV, he doesn't give a shit about the 220 people that just got laid off. This dickhead over here doesn't give a shit about the 220 people laid off or the fact that a company is being dismantled. He doesn't give a shit anyway. He just cares about what he says. They are rejoicing because it means that now that Bungie is out of the equation and they no longer make the rules and their contract is no longer in stipulation, their games, as it's where is it? 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 I did have it somewhere. I did have it. Bungie's next genre-defining game is a MOBA, life sim, and platformer, all melded into a diversity inclusion wonder for all gamers. Possibly on all platforms if Herman Hulst doesn't make it to PS5 exclusive. And now that it is in Sony's control, this will be in a PlayStation 5 exclusive. So games now coming from Bungie, which were originally touted to be coming to multi-platform, they're celebrating because those games will now no longer be on Xbox. They don't care about people losing their jobs. They don't. None of that matters. All they care about is that their game will no longer be on Xbox. This could be our first look at a new PlayStation Studio game that's being split off from Bungie, according to 2023 job listing. It draws inspiration from fighting games and whatnot. The team is designing for depth, mastery, and yada yada yada. So this is what they care about. This is what they're doing. This is why people like JDub, JTech TV, Unleashed, they're all cheering at this with loads of people losing their jobs. Bungie being dismantled from within again, in a really really nasty way as well. They're cheering for it because it basically means now that those games will be exclusive to the PlayStation platform. Pretty nasty, right? Hey, Chille, I thought that would have been up your street. You're a pony. Why don't you jump in and tell us how much you're really loving that game? I mean, I blame Chille too. I don't even think Marathon's going to come out. Uh, I can't see your question. Let me see if I can find it here. I genuinely can't see your question. Rabbit, I am looking for your question. Calm down. When Microsoft sell now Xbox Series X 2 TB, that's coming at the end of the year. End of the year. The 2 TB Xbox will be coming out either on Black Friday or it will be towards the end of the year. Oh, what the hell's going on here? No, 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 no. Okay, that's better. That's better. That's better. Is there a Series S 2 terabyte? I think there's a 1 terabyte. I don't know if there's a black 2 terabyte version coming. But again, there is that link for those. But yeah, if we look at this over here, bye bye Bungie. Don't forget your golden age under Microsoft. I think putting a smiley face there was a bit mean from Jin. I mean, what's happening at Bungie right now is not nice. I mean, the only person that's actually cheering at Bungie right now is Pete Parsons, because my dude made a bank, right? He made bank. Bungie appear to be getting further integrated into Sony Interactive. 155 Bungie employees will transfer. This is outside of the 220, by the way. This is why I said that 17% is actually really misleading, because it's way more. It's double. 155 Bungie employees will transfer into Sony, and another 75 employees will form a new Sony studio, which means that game that probably belonged to Bungie is now going to be a Sony Studios game, which will 100% mean it's not going to be coming to Xbox. And for all of those people that said, Bungie's independent, they can do what they want, Sony can't do anything, well, there you go. And I still haven't seen one person come out and say, sorry, Chaos, you was right and we were wrong. Instead, I got very, very threatening messages at the time when I was saying it. I was ridiculed, but it's beautiful to see that I was right. And I will take the higher ground by going, ha ha, to those people. Bungie is eliminating the majority of executive and senior lead roles, among staff as well. Robbie, I don't know if it's coming next week. I haven't heard anything about Helldivers landing next week. It was supposed to land, from what we heard from Boom, by the end of last month. It didn't land, so whatever Boom and C Money heard basically went out the door. If it's coming August the 6th, then happy days, but that game needs it right now. If we look at the Steam charts alone, right? If we just go to the Steam charts for that game, it's not looking good, man. They need a new injection. Steam charts, Helldivers 2. I mean, it was pretty bad on Steam, right? Yeah, like that's a far cry from what it used to be. Right? I mean, we're talking it dropping down to the 11,000s constantly at its lowest. Right? It's a far cry of what it used to be. We used to have, 200,000, 300,000, and now it can barely break 25,000. So they absolutely need new players. And this game is perfect for Xbox because it's a bro game, right? The fact that they decided that they thought that this game could survive without Xbox is stupid. These sorts of games, Helldivers 2, the way it's designed, is a perfect game for Xbox. It's designed for Xbox. It's got the Xbox DNA built into it. So the fact that they have this mentality that no, they don't need it, they absolutely did. What did JT game ask? Oh, I see a Final Fantasy 14 fan there. Good shit, good shit. I think Chille answered. The problem with Helldivers 2 is that it doesn't have enough content. Right? It doesn't have enough content. Doesn't have enough content. Arthur, you're not the only one, dude. I mean, you know, it's pretty awful the way it's actually going. But like a lot of people at the moment are referring to what Pete Parsons done here, and a Bungie CEO Pete Parsons reportedly spent over $2.3 million buying classic cars after the Sony acquisition because he got a fat paycheck. This was uncovered the same day he made a statement saying they laid off 220 employees because the company has been dealing with financial challenges. Right? And if you remember back in January when they laid off all those people and they turned around and they asked the Bungie leadership, have you considered taking a pay cut, to like other companies do, to try and save jobs? And Pete Parsons and the woman who was, I can't remember her name, but she was HR, they both turned around and said, we don't do that here. Right? Now, even where I work here in UK, we're predominantly run by an American company. Our leadership actually took a pay cut to try and save jobs. We weren't doing financially great, so they they got rid of all their bonuses. They sacrificed their bonuses and took a 20% deficit in their salary to do what they could to save jobs. It wasn't enough in the end, but I appreciate the effort, right? I appreciate the effort. They sacrificed their bonuses and they sacrificed 20% of their salary, and it still wasn't enough. But that's fine. But I appreciate the fact that they did that. These dudes said, we are not that sort of company. Oh, that's just mean. Enjoying the free trial of Fantasy 14 as a monk working on the relic weapon. Oh, Relic Reborn. Nice. Wait till you get to Atma farming. You may reconsider life at that point. Chaos, you're forgetting they recently just pushed out a big update for Helldivers. 11,000 is inflated somewhat. I know it is. I know it is. And that big update wasn't really that big either, was it? Let's be fair. Guys, we have a spicy dude waiting to jump in. It's getting a bit hot. A bit chilly. What up? I'm not sure if we can hear Chille.
Me, like, I'm sorry, thinking, wait, does he mean someone else? Is there someone else in the call? And then I'm like, oh, wait, no, it's me. Hi. Hello.
How's it going,
How are
Chille?
you today?
I'm good, thanks. I am good. I'm having a very good day. As outside of this whole Bungie situation, which is pretty awful how it was handled. And this Pete Parsons is what's your take on this?
First of all, thank you for just not throwing out Nintendo thing, because I know everyone goes back to the Nintendo about him sacrificing his money, and it's like, thank you for not just going to Nintendo, because legally he had to do that. That wasn't just a goodwill. It was a choice that he had to make. It wasn't just like, oh, I want to do it. No, Japan's laws are really weird when it comes to actual employees.
Yep.
That wasn't just a. That was a goodwill, but it wasn't. Everyone seems to make it sound like he did it on because he didn't like it was one of the choices he was given.
Did you see what Nintendo did to America?
No.
I mean, they took the 50% cut in Japan. They just got rid of everyone in America. The laws there don't protect the employees, so
yeah.
It
from
was
what I've heard about,
bye.
I could be completely wrong, but from what I've heard about Japanese employees,
they are very protected.
There's a mass firing. The actual employees have to be the ones that quit. The staff can't just be fired by the employer. The staff have to come in and say that they're willing to quit. So it was easier for them just to take the pay cut than it was to try and contact each staff and try and have them quit. Because you can't just fire them.
You know, it reminds me of that comedian when he goes,
Yeah.
you know, why is it when you hate your job, they won't fire you? It's so true.
Yeah.
When you
but no,
hate
this
your
thing
job-
sucks.
Yeah, it does suck.
This whole
but
thing sucks.
I just really, I mean, look, I've had my ups and downs with Bungie, right?
Yeah.
Everyone knows this. I think they've been going down a bad path for a long time. I think they've been milking their community. I think they've been putting out really bad content. And honestly, being truthful, I think their best content was done with Activision. I think Vicarious Visions and High Moon with Forsaken and Warmind released the absolute best content. The base, release of Destiny 2 was done mostly by Vicarious Visions. Osiris DLC, the one that everyone hated that almost killed Destiny, that was solely done by Bungie.
Really?
If you didn't know that, that was what that was one of the few things that they did. The game almost died, and then Vicarious Visions took over. They did like 80% of Forsaken. Fantastic DLC. They did almost all of Warmind. Fantastic. And then Bungie took over again, and it went downhill.
Yeah, and like people like, but Bungie eventually added microtransactions because of Activision. No, that was because they kept asking for more and more money from Activision, and Activision eventually just had to step their foot in and said, "No, we're not going to give you." Like, wasn't like they got a $500 million budget, like with Destiny 2, right? I think it was something like that, something crazy. And after spending all that and not making much of it back, they wanted more money. So that's why they added like the thingamajig.
Well, do you remember how the microtransactions started?
Not exactly. I mean,
So
don't bring up poor stuff.
So the microtransactions originally started off in Destiny 1. They introduced Eververse, and it was just a sparrow that they had that was recycling
a ton of money.
It started off as a sparrow that was cycling around the same one for weeks, actually. And they said, every once in a while they're going to change it to a ghost or something. They never did really bring the ghosts in, but they were just changing it for sparrows. And I think they had like maybe 4 or 5 sparrows for the whole year. So it was something there to just basically kind of give you an incentive to, if you really like the game, you can buy it. And, it wasn't expensive. And then they kind of leveled up in Destiny 2, and they said, look, we've got more stuff in the Eververse store than we do in game, in terms of cosmetic greatness. We've taken everything out of the game, put it into our store, but we need the money, and this money that we're going to get is going to fund the extra seasonal content, like the Christmas content, the Halloween content. And that's what it was supposed to be for, right? It was supposed to fund that content. Except they doubled down on that and double dipped and said, right, now that we've reskinned this stuff, which basically cost us almost nothing, we've added some rewards in there that you have to pay for. So the whole thing that Bungie was doing was pretty scummy in the first place. So they're not, the whole management of Destiny has been pretty scummy from the get-go. And the recent changes that they did, like, you buy the Ultimate Edition of Destiny and you still don't get everything. The seasonal content has a battle pass within a battle pass that you have to buy. Right? You already pay for the battle pass with the seasons, but then they do those seasonal events, which has a battle pass within a battle pass that you have to buy each time. And if you don't, you miss out on the best rewards. And
so they also sell like the dungeons. They were selling the dungeons separately as well, right?
They did, but if you get the Ultimate Edition, you get everything.
Yeah. Okay, good. But that was still frustrating. The fact that here's the game. By the way, it'd be like if you bought if I bought Dawn Trail and then I beat the MSQ, and then the 2 expert dungeons that I have to do to grind, I then have to buy separately for $4.99 each.
Try refreshing your page, Sandra. DJ Henny says, how long do we think it's going to take for the rest of D2 Destruction? I think Destiny 2 will continue until it stops making money, but I will give Bungie maybe a year or two max before they're fully absorbed into Sony.
Yeah, about a year and a half, maybe 2 at push. So
It's not coming to Xbox, says Anime. Rabbi has another question.
now it's the same question again. He's asking if you want to play Helldivers 2 when it comes to
Didn't
Xbox.
I
He
answer that
keeps
question
saying that
already?
over and over again. Yeah, I think Rabbi has answered that already. Please just stop. Like I've seen your.
Yes,
Please.
I will be playing Helldivers 2. I'm hoping it's
If
going to be
it's coming
cross
out.
save if it comes out. I'm hoping it's going to be cross save because I've got a big save on PlayStation. It's one of the reasons why I'm not playing on PC because at the time I had it on PlayStation and then I picked. Originally, Helldivers 2 was announced to be cross save between PC and PlayStation because at launch it was supposed to have PSN connectivity, right? But then they
Yes.
disabled the PSN connectivity, so
Yeah, because there was server issues with the PSN.
So the cross save actually fell through, but they said they were going to bring that shit back, and they never actually brought it back. And then I'm actually really disappointed that they didn't do that. See, one of the best things about Xbox that I guess a lot of PlayStation fans don't really appreciate is the fact that I could be playing on my Xbox, which I was doing today. And then my son came and said, "Dad, I want to play Rocket League. Do you mind?" And I said, "No problem." He jumped on the Xbox, I moved over to my PC, and I was able to continue. But you know what? Even if I didn't do that, I could go over to my Steam Deck, and through GeForce Now or xCloud, I can continue. If I had an Asus ROG Ally, I could do that. I could go to my Chromebook and continue playing. One of the beautiful things that Xbox has allowed, which I will forever be grateful for, especially as someone who can't sit in front of a TV all day, is the fact that I can continue my gaming when I'm off the main TV. And because, I've got 4 kids here. They're always trying to use something. My son's always on Roblox on my PC when I'm working, or my other son is doing something else. My daughter wants to do something. It's really hard for me to find time where I can get on this stuff. So being able to just go around and being able to just play anywhere and continue to get in like an hour here or an hour there, it's really good for me. And jumping into an ecosystem that doesn't allow that, it feels so restrictive and archaic. Like, it feels so backwards. And the fact that I have to put my PS5
all I'm going to add on to this. All I'm going to add to this is, though, the fact is if people do expect this to be a feature, people will also have to expect that they will have to have PSN accounts for their PC versions, their Steam Cloud versions, their Xbox versions. You will need a PSN account if you want to.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you're okay with it, but there were so many people complaining about it with like some other Steam games or PlayStation. Like,
but that's the
if you want
PC crowd.
cross-save to be a thing, you will need you will need PSN to become mandatory for all those games because that is how it. Like, it's not magic that the save is going from one console to another. It's because it's uploaded to the PSN and then downloaded onto your console. So, like, you will need it. You will need a PSN account, and people have the backlash of not wanting to make one. If you're not going to want to make one, you're not going to get these features. Just like how you need to sign in to Xbox for a lot of those other games that you're talking about, because that's where the save is stored.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Sorry.
No, that's fine, and I think that's like a logical thing. There's no other way you can do it anyway, right? Because even on the Xbox, you kind of have to, like, if you're playing on a Chromebook or anywhere else, you have to sign into your Microsoft account.
Yeah.
You can't do it any other way. But Woodpit, nothing is actually officially confirmed. Boom made a statement in one of his videos. Rabbi came here and said that apparently 6th of August was supposed to be is the rumored date that it's coming, which would basically be next Tuesday. I don't even think it's even worth making a video on that because there's nothing out there to insinuate this. I don't even know where that 6th of August came from. If we're going to get an announcement, it does make sense for it to be during Gamescom. It doesn't make sense for it to be any other time. So if it's coming, I'd say end of August. That's a big if.
I don't think it's coming. I really don't. So that's just me. And that's not just because Xbox doesn't deserve it. I just feel like if it did drop on Xbox in August, it's gonna be dead. There's, as you were talking earlier, like there is too many games coming at the end of the year.
It's a bad
It is
time.
not the time period. It's not. They if they release it, they might see a spike for the first week, and that it's gonna drop faster than any other platform. And again, that's not because it's Xbox. I want to make sure I make clear that because I'm a pony, but like it's not because it's just because it's
Horny.
the worst time.
But I
It's
mean,
the
Diablo's
worst time
coming
for
out
them to
during that
release
time,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Helldivers is not going to compete with it. It's not going to.
What do you want to put your time into? A game like Diablo or Helldivers where they keep nerfing everything anyway? Well, to be fair, that's. And someone asked about earlier about World of Warcraft. Sorry, this is a lot earlier on. Where I talked about World of Warcraft getting the controller support from games like Age of Empires and Diablo. World of Warcraft already does support controller, by the way, on PC. So if you do want to play native controller, you can do it. I have healed a raid with.
Yes,
I
please.
did it during Shadowlands on controller. So you can use a native controller. But the reason why I don't think WoW will never come to console is because of the amount of mod support that is used in raids and Mythic Plus and all that such of things where mods are, unlike another certain MMO, kind of more required. So that's the only reason why I think WoW won't never go to console, because for that reason. Now, if they stamp down on mods, that'll be interesting, but I think they'll get too much of a backlash.
Wait, so you're saying the fact that they can't have mods is the reason why they can't go on console?
Yeah, I think that's the reason why they won't. Not that it can't.
What mods are you
It can.
talking about?
It just won't. World of Warcraft.
Yeah, but you don't want
Like,
mods, right?
but the community in World of Warcraft does.
No, I know they do, but
There's
that's the
Yeah.
PC community. I'm talking about the
Yeah,
console
which-
community. It's a different market.
As I said, I just feel like if it's the thing is, if it's cross-play, there's a huge chance the PC community will be toxic enough to kick them from raids, and then it'll end up with the Xbox community only having to raid on their own.
But isn't that like the same with the 14 community? The
That is
moment
true.
anyone finds out that you're using Act, they freak out like you're a criminal of some kind and you've just broken every law under the sun, which is why I don't actually tell people I'm using it.
Yeah, as I said, Powerboss, yeah, it does. You can already play with controller. I as I said, I raided with controller.
I just want to address something real quick. Bags, first of all, I do owe you an apology. From on Tuesday, I was supposed to time you out for 10 minutes and it went to 24 accidentally. It kind of scrolled up as I clicked on it, so I do owe you an apology for that one. Whether you'll accept that or not is another matter. But it wasn't supposed to be a 24-hour thing. It was supposed to be a 10-minute timeout. So I do apologize for that one. Like I said, if you don't accept it, that's fine. Secondly, those games that you've listed, none of them have been a game within the last 10 years. What have they got in the last 10 years? Like, what have they come out with that's actually relevant in today's day and age?
Man, I remember the lad when I was growing up on PS1.
But I do. Brave Story was phenomenal. If anyone hasn't played it, you absolutely should. That game is freaking brilliant. Octolad I never played. Some of the Ape Quest, yeah, that shit was good. But yes, Sony did have good JRPGs in the past. I said, what did they have for the PS5?
Oh hell, I'd say what did they have for the PS4?
I mean, the question was, what do they have this generation?
For games or games or just JRPGs?
JRPGs from Sony.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I can't even name. I don't think I can name a JRPG for the PS4 by Sony.
But again, you're free not to accept my apology, but I do want to make a public apology. I wasn't supposed to time you out for 24 hours. It was supposed to be 10 minutes, and it scrolled up as I had it right-clicked, and it went when I pressed it, it went to 24. So I do apologize for that. That was
I
not
think
my
the
intention.
I think the last JRPG that was made by Sony, that was published by Sony, that I can think of, that I can personally think of off the top of my head, is Folklore, and that was PS3 in 2007. That's the last JRPG that I can think of that was published by Sony.
Hey, Zrugdal, how's it going?
Sony has Within Race, that's a JRPG, but that's not made by Sony, right? I'm thinking thinking about games that are made and published by Sony that are
Yeah.
JRPGs.
By the way, Bags,
Yeah.
I know you're saying I don't have to, but I'm big enough to own up to my mistakes. If I screwed up, I screwed up. Wish I could get 2.3 million. Me too, buddy. Me too. Again, it's not.
I'm not you, but Rabbi, please just stop asking about Helldivers. Please.
We don't know if it's
God,
coming,
please, Rabbi.
Rabbi.
Just stop for now, please. Sorry, Chaos.
Play this game, Helldivers 2, PlayStation, Xbox. We don't know. We absolutely do not know. All we know is that Boom made a statement. C Money confirmed that statement. None of them actually are insiders. None of them. Apparently, they heard it from a source. Who that source is, I don't know. But they said by the end of the year, by the end of July, it would be coming. There's been no information. Soul Sacrifice was on the PS4. Then I stand corrected.
Oh yeah.
Then I stand corrected. And I was wrong. And you know what? Wasn't that also on the PS Vita?
Yeah, that was a PS Vita game, right? If it was a Vita game before it came
to... I have that game on my Vita. I love my Vita. My Vita was a fucking great machine.
Soul Sacrifice Delta was the Vita.
Yeah, see? My brain is still there. Yeah. So you have one game. I guess one is better than zero, so I'll take the L.
Yay!
I'll take the L. One is better than zero. But you know, I think what's about to happen here, what I'm about to show you guys here, is really, really, is really shady, right? And I want to know your thoughts in chat about this. And Chille, I'd love to get your thoughts on this as well, because this is shady as hell. Right? Luke Smith deleted his whole Twitter post history. What on earth was he hiding? What was he scared of?
Well, that's
go
something.
That's shady as hell.
Yeah. That is wow. Okay.
Yeah, my dude, after the announcement of the 220 people going out, and then people finding out about Peter Parsons, which we're about to find out is actually even worse than it actually is with that guy, because that guy was pretty diabolical. Luke Smith went out of his way to immediately delete his tweets. He knew the whole thing. Like, it begs the question: what was under? What was he hiding? What was he afraid of that might become public? Because you know these Twitter nuts. Don't want to take offense to that, but these people will worm through 10 years worth of content, 20 years worth of stuff, just so they can go back in time and say, right, in 1974 you said this, and they'll try and bring it up as a gotcha moment from 1974.
Yeah. All of his tweets are gone. It's like his image is gone. It's like he's completely trying to delete his Twitter account.
Yeah. Give me a drink. After you've done your mum's feet. Child labour. What did they do? Oh well. But yeah, I think that's shady as hell. You don't do that unless you're trying to hide something, right?
Yeah.
If you're getting abuse, Woodpit, you just private your account, right? You lock out people
Yeah.
from being able to see your account, you private your account, you block messages incoming. You don't go and nuke your account and delete every single post you have in there. There was clearly something here that he and Pete were doing that he did not want public.
I'm just seeing if like you'd use the Wayback Machine to see if there's any way to go back and look at it, but I don't think there is. Yeah, there's something he wants not public. What it is, I have no idea.
I'm not sure, Wood. I mean, I've never done it. I've seen people do it in the past, and I know people do it periodically so they can just get rid of their footprint. But to do it as soon as the news of the 220 came out, and then the onslaught of people looking into Pete Parsons came out, straight after that seems a little sus, right?
Yeah.
That seems a little
It's
sus.
not good timing.
It doesn't matter if it's bookmarked.
Yeah, there are
the
ways
moment
to
you
find
click
it.
on it, it'll be gone. I've got a ton of stuff that I had bookmarked as receipts, and now when I go back to my receipts folder, it's all message cannot be displayed, account no longer exists, post from an account that no longer exists. It's not there. It's gone. So bookmarking it doesn't do anything. Oh, you brought me a the pink edition of Red Bull. Are you trying to say something?
Hey mate, what are you on about?
You don't know what I'm on about. You never do. I wouldn't stand for that. But things
Well,
really.
he was also the he was also the face of Bungie, right? Like
He
I swear,
was.
if I know anything about Bungie, he was like one of the people that were like promoted the most and would always be at the front of it. Oh, Destiny 2 will see smaller content packs instead of expansions. Okay, that's even worse.
So basically,
I just
go ahead.
Destiny 2 is in a skeleton team. That's basically Destiny 2 is now a skeleton crew with the rest of the basically. There's like probably gonna be like 5 people. By the way, that's a number I'm pulling up my bum. There's gonna be like 5 people working on Destiny 2 and like 745 people working on a marathon or whatever the other game is going to be that they were supposedly working on.
But I mean,
Supposedly.
just look at it, and realistically, right?
Yeah.
Bungie had 4 updates coming yearly. One at the start with the expansion, which lasted a quarter, and then they had the other 3 DLCs for the rest of the 3 quarters. Now they've got 3 updates every third of the year. It's a lot smaller, the updates as well. So they have downsized tremendously. You don't own the content. Why does it matter? I'm not following Jordan. Dang, just auto redeem Game Pass Ultimate with 12k points I made from past month. Was saving that for a gift card to buy Visions of Mana. Oof. Hey, look. At least you can actually get Game Pass on your profile. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to gain access to my profile. Hopefully, BT and Microsoft's comments are correct and I can gain access to it later. Hey, Talos. Oh, the tweets? Well, they're just data, right? I'm still not following. What does not owning your tweets mean? What has that got to do with the context of what we're saying? The context that we're talking about is they announced letting go 220 people. Pete Parsons gets fully exposed. The first thing Luke Smith does is goes and empties his wardrobe of skeletons and throws everything out, incinerates it, and leaves it as a blank canvas. That's the context of what we're talking about. But that's unfortunate, Sanchez. I'm trying to see if I can get a Xbox copy for Visions of Mana to give away from Square Enix. See if I can actually manage to do that.
That'd be nice. I've got to try the demo still. Remember, if you play the demo and they get enough people watching it, overall, they're planting trees based on people who play the Visions of Mana demo. So
I'm really liking it.
I don't know if you heard about that.
What's that?
I haven't tried it. I've got it installed, but I haven't tried it yet. So I haven't tried any mana game. But I've never tried a mana game before, so.
Me either. I really like Hina's voice acting. It's got like a southerner. I think it's southern accent.
Nice. Well, as I said, I've got the demo downloaded, but I just haven't jumped into it yet.
Jordan, you've just come here to be controversial and trying to. Are you just trying to rage bait an answer, or I don't get it. No one goes out their way to delete stuff for the sake of it, unless you're hiding something. We are literally talking about Bungie here. The thumbnail says Bungie we're talking about. So, what did you actually think we were going to be talking about? Sunshines and rainbows? Ponies? Pink unicorns? Rainbows and sunshines?
Talking to a pony, that's the closest.
I mean, what did you exactly think we were actually going to be talking about? The whole, we started the show with a bunch of Xbox goodness, but the meat of the stream today was going to be this. I mean, I'm genuinely confused of what you're actually expecting. We picked up a bunch of stuff today that I'm going to talk about, and I'm really not sure where you're going with it. I mean, if you want to talk about unicorns and stuff, I'm pretty sure JTech is talking about that right now. I'm genuinely confused at what you're actually insinuating at. I mean, no, we're literally talking about Bungie here and the whole Sony situation and whatnot. I thought this was quite shady, and I'll stand by that. That looks goddamn shady. And me putting out the question, what was he hiding? What do you think it was shady? I don't see anything wrong with that. I wouldn't delete shit unless I've got something to hide. And the term, you don't own anything, you don't own the content, how does that even play into what we're talking about? Don't know.
Yes, Tasman, Dragon Ball. Yes.
Oh God, another one.
I like Tasman. Look, Dragon Ball and Sonic in October. It's going to be a good month. I think there's other games as well, but Sonic. And
Sonic is coming as well, right? With Shadow.
Yeah.
When does that land?
The 22nd, isn't it, of October?
There is so many things happening at the end of this year.
Yeah,
this is
22nd of October. I'm spot on. Yeah, Power Boss Sparking Zero. See, more Dragon Ball fans. Did you see that new trailer that dropped recently, Power Boss, with the Namek and the Saiyan Saga stuff? I found it funny that some people in my Discord were getting angry because they announced Saiyan the Cybermen as part of the roster for the game. Like, but what about these other characters? They've got a Cyberman. I'm like, yes, Cyberman and Qui. Pointless, completely pointless characters, but still. So
Jordan, we covered
Budokai
that.
is one of the best games. Sorry.
No, continue. Before I ask
No,
Jordan.
Budokai is a good game, but I love Xenoverse more. I'm sorry, Power Boss. And I love the. Have you ever played the Dragon Ball MMO? Chaos.
No, I've seen it, but I haven't played it.
Yeah, I set up a you know what server once and gave it a shot. It was interesting. But no, Xenoverse is probably one of my favorites.
Interesting.
Just because I like making my own character. So
I like the way you chose the word "interesting" in quotes. Jordan, what about Avowed being delayed? That was actually one of the first things we covered in the stream today. I think that's true. I think it's going to happen. I said last week and the week before that and the week before that Avowed was going to be delayed. It was between Avowed and Indiana Jones, and I said that, you know, it made sense for it to be Avowed that was going to be delayed, because this list I made here, and you can see I posted this way earlier. It is almost 10 p.m. right now. So this was 4 hours ago that I replied to Gaz. And this is what I've been saying all along. And many in chat will actually corroborate what I'm saying. Just on the Xbox front alone, there are way too many games coming between September and December. And the fact that Stalker 2 got delayed from September to, I believe it was October or November. I think November. That pretty much meant that either Indiana Jones, which is a holiday game in my opinion, or Avowed had to be pushed out. There was no two ways about it. It is too crowded. Nothing's going to come out in the month of CoD, and if it does, it's going to die. Starfield has taken the September slot. Stalker 2 has taken the November. Indiana Jones, it seems now, has taken the December role, and Avowed will probably land in January or February, where it will have time for it to actually, not cannibalize anything else coming out in November, December. So I think that's a positive thing that they are doing, pushing it out to January, which means 2025 starts off amazingly with a really good game coming out to Game Pass day one, straight off the bat. So yes. But yeah, we covered that. That's why Game Pass doesn't work effectively. What do you mean?
you and I don't get that, because by doing this, you're actually getting. By having it released, let's just say they hadn't delayed it. That would mean your Game Pass games would be stacked for the couple of months and then they'll be dead. By pushing a Valve back, it means that you're going to get a good game every month versus every game in 1 month.
But also, Chille, assuming you're a PC player, right? I know you're not, but make yourself a PC player. Are you going to buy Avowed, Indiana Jones, and Stalker 2 all in the 6 weeks time period? In the run up of Christmas?
No.
Chances are you're probably only going to buy one, and if you're lucky, maybe two. But you're not going to go 3 or 4 games, especially if Call of Duty just around the corner as well. That's like 4 big giant games, right? You're going to maybe have time for 1, maybe 2 of those. If you stack everything in, it's bad. Pushing them out makes sense.
Sandra says, could Indiana Jones be released early in December if Valve is delayed, maybe late November? But then you're still running into Call of Duty.
Yeah, no one wants to run into Call of Duty.
You don't want to. I've been telling people laughed at me when I told them years ago that Call of Duty is is a block of time where you don't want to release anything, because that is what that is the time period for Call of Duty. And spoilers, when GTA 6 gets a release date, expect every other game to either be pushed forward or pushed back, because nobody is going to release in that period for GTA. There are certain games where you just don't release because if you want marketing, and you're not going to get marketing when you've got a juggernaut such as those in that month.
You know, I'm going to say something. I know Chille will pick up on this straight away, but some of you may do as well. But just to back up, piggyback off what you're saying, a very, very prominent person in the gaming community who loves MMOs turned around and said, Elden Ring DLC, and delayed their game by a whole week, 10 days.
Yeah.
The might
He
of
wanted to
Square
play it, of
Enix.
course.
The might of Square Enix. They knew that it would cause problems. So they delayed their game by
Harmon
10
told
days.
me it's not as good as. But Harmon told us from that one video you made me watch that it's not as good as Legend of Zelda or Paperboy.
All right, so let's do this. Jordan, Game Pass day one games. Okay, first party games have been only one game. But in terms of games coming day one, they've had Power World as well. They've had Persona 3 and the expansion day one on the console. They've had a few games already. They've had Dungeons of Hinterberg. Unfortunately, Flintlock died the moment it came out because of the SBI drama thing that was going on about. But games landing on the platform day one do count as games for the system. Otherwise, if we're looking at first party only games, what has Sony got outside of a remaster? If we're looking at first party only, what has Sony got outside of a remake remaster? I guess Helldivers. Anyone? I mean, we're just talking about.
Does Astrobot count?
What? No,
Does
I'm talking about
Astrobot
up
count?
until this point now.
Well, does Astrobot count?
It will do later on, but not right now. We're talking.
No,
the
remember,
cutoff
there's
point.
technically the free one where you got with PS5.
Hey, that was last year. That don't count. That was
Okay.
with that launched with the console. We're talking for 2024.
Okay.
So, what do you got? You got Helldivers, and you got a remaster remake, which you all bought and got ripped off again. It's the same game. So, what do you got, buddy? If you're not counting third-party games,
as much as it's technically still currently exclusive, I don't count Rebirth because that'll eventually come to PC.
No, but we're not counting third-party games. Because if we're counting third-party games, as far as Game Pass is concerned, anything day one is inclusive of games coming to the service that are high-profile. So I would definitely count games like Persona
But then
3
I wouldn't even count
and
that.
Dungeons of Hinterberg.
I don't think Helldivers is first party then, right?
It is. The IP is owned by Sony.
Yeah, but the company itself is not, right?
Yeah, I know the company isn't that made it, but the IP is owned by Sony, like Bloodborne.
Yeah.
It
But
is owned by
anything that's
Sony.
made, but that's the thing. That's how Sony works, though. Because if you make a game for Sony, they own the IP.
Yeah.
So I don't consider this a first party title.
I would. I mean, we can differ on that. That's fine.
Because the company itself is not first party.
Yeah, I get that, but it's not going to appear
No,
anywhere else.
That's the
But
thing,
I
though. Like
mean, I
some of those
guess
other
next
games
week it
aren't.
will, right?
Yeah. So but that way, then technically, like a load of Final Fantasy games are first party because they're not going to go on anything else until later. So
I don't know, but
I just don't. No.
That would be different, right? Because they're not owned. The IP isn't owned by Sony. The IP isn't. If the IP is
I just
owned,
don't. Yeah.
that's my view.
I don't. Nah. I just don't count this as a first party title. But that means that Sony hasn't had any first party titles, like, by the way. So yeah. Yeah, Helldivers is second party as Power Boss. Yeah, it's second party. It's not first party.
Ron, that's
Sony
fine.
pony mode
But now
actively.
you're counting me third-party games. I don't care if they're playable or not.
Yeah.
But as far as I'm concerned on Game Pass, to say that there's nothing being on Game Pass for a whole 8 months, that's not true. Right? Game Pass and Xbox are interlinked. Day one games, big titles, are what you're looking at. Games like Persona 3 Reload, Power World, Hellblade. These are big games. Well, these are games that are on there. Some of them will hit, some of them won't hit. That's fine. I mean, I can clearly see that none of you have mentioned Phone Stars in your numbers. Why do all of you have selective amnesia and never mention Phone Stars? Did
Because
that game
most
just
people
not
forget it's a
exist for you?
thing. Like, I forgot that I even had it, to be honest. I forgot that I downloaded it when it was
I mean,
free.
it's crazy how they've mentioned all these
I
games.
enjoyed it, actually. I'm not going to lie. I actually enjoyed it.
But they kind of bury Phone Stars to the depths of their memory to never bring it back. But it existed, just like Destruction All Stars.
Oh, my God. I forgot that was a game.
Yeah, see?
But then I also remember that David Jaffe game that got cancelled before it even got released. That was a fun game, though.
And you're playing it, yeah, Ron?
Remember that on my one?
Which one?
The David Jaffe like art drawing game, like not a drawing game, but they had like an art.
I think Chille just died. Maybe too much heat. It's in the name.
No, I'm trying to find what game. Drawn to Death. That was it. Anyone
I've not
remember
seen
Drawn
that.
to Death?
No, I don't.
It was a multiplayer only game by David Jaffe. It was in beta for the longest time, but I don't think it actually got released officially. Yeah, no, it was out for 2 years. No, you don't remember Drawn to Death? Had such a cool art style. I'm sad it never actually got anywhere. I was just looking it up.
The name rings a bell, but I just don't remember it.
No, Chille, it wasn't.
I'm thinking it was I'm thinking of something else. I'm sure I am.
I have trophies for it, so
Yeah, I'm definitely thinking of something else. The art style on this is wow. Let me put it up on. So this is Drawn to Death. This is it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it looks funky. But no, I've
like
never played this.
They tried to make it was kind of like if Twisted Metal, I guess, made a weird art styled video game that was a shooter. It was trying to be very 90s edge, I think, and that was the problem. Like early 2000s, late 90s edgelord style video game. Yeah.
Never say. I saw the thumbnail, but what did he say that? I'm intrigued to see what he said they lied about, because I don't actually know. Outside of the fact that they lied about how many people were leaving Bungie, it's not 17%, it's like 35%. Maybe that's what he's referring to. Well, maybe we'll check it out later on. But yeah, I mean, imagine.
Yes, that is. Sorry, you're going to say it, but yeah, that is the whole worst part of all of this, in my opinion. I really don't care about Destiny 3 being cancelled. I really don't care about Marathon and all that. It's this. This is the worst part of all of it. Sorry.
No, this is bad. This is bad. I mean, I know the games industry really sucks for layoffs. And true story, right? When I worked in the games industry, and when I came in one morning on Valentine's Day. This is real, yeah. This actually happened back in 2007, 2008 when I was working in the industry. I went round to my desk and I saw a bunch of Valentine's cards on people's desks, and I was still new. Like I think I had been there for like maybe 4 months. And I remember going to the QA floor manager, and I asked him, I kind of got a little upset that everyone got a card, and a bunch of people got a card. And I already saw a bunch of people in, so I thought those that were sitting at their desks already took theirs, because it was my shift that was coming in now that didn't have it. And I was one of the few people that didn't have it. And I asked him, how come I didn't get one? Like, what is it? What's going on? And he said, if you didn't get one, this quote, yeah? He said, shut up, sit down, put your head down, and just work. At that point, I knew shit was going down. Something was going down. And it turned out that everyone that got a Valentine's card had their P45 in it. That's the games industry for you. This isn't a joke. This is real. This actually happened. Everyone that got a Valentine's card had their P45 in it. Basically meaning that they were fired on the spot. They were being let go. Because the QA work in general is 3-month contracts at the time. Now it's 0 hour, so that it's even worse. But at the time, it was 3-month contract with no need to give you any notice to terminate your contract. Anyone that got that card had their P45 sitting inside it. That's the games industry. That's how they roll. So when I see shit like this, it's awful, and I totally sympathize with it. But it's not the first time I've seen something like this happen.
I mean, even without your personal experience, like, yeah, I've seen it so many times on Twitter. Like, yeah. Oh.
And it's horrible. I saw people coming in, opening their letters, and just breaking into tears. I guess at least they knew before it was public, so it's a little better than what Bungie did here. But going onto social media to find out that you've lost your job, that is awful. Leaf is actually making a game. Yes, he is. We've been tracking it on Discord. It's pretty cool. He's just realized earlier today how much time it's actually taking to make something. He's realizing the gargantuan effort it actually takes. But yeah, gaming 0 hours is absolutely horrible. And for those of you that don't understand what 0 hour contracts are, especially here in the UK, I'm not sure gaming if you are in the UK, you may not be, but 0 hours here is absolutely the worst contract you could possibly be on at all. And I get it, some people can't actually, you can't help it. But what it actually does is that your employer can turn around to you today and say, right, I know you've been working Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Tomorrow, we don't need you, and we don't need you for the rest of the next 2 weeks. And so if you need to go and claim benefits off the government so they can support you during that 2 weeks, you fear you technically cannot do it because you are still employed. Basically, this 0 hour, which I believe came from the US, I know EA introduced it first in the UK before other companies caught onto it. It basically allows them to keep you employed but pay you nothing. And while you're employed, you can't, if you're not actually getting any money, you can't claim anything because you're still technically employed. And the way that the stupid legal system, well, the system here in the UK works, if you voluntarily resign, then you're again not entitled to any benefits to help support you so you can put food on your table. So it's a really, really horrible thing. I got out just as 0 hours was coming in of the industry. And, I just hope those that are on that 0 hour contract are doing okay. You're in the UK gaming? Yeah. I hope it's not been brutal for you, dude, because I know how brutal it can actually be. DJ Henny, if it's a job, right? You don't have a choice. But there needs to be more protection for those 0 hour contracts for staff. Or the government needs to be more, they need to intervene more to stop, to provide for those that are on 0 hour. The businesses should need to report to the government that, or to HMRC that this is happening. They're on 0 hour for this period and that statutory pay needs to be provided or something during that period. But they don't. and it's just a really easy way for companies to exploit stuff. I mean, that's literally what it is. It's exploitation. In the UK, they don't have to pay anything. But yeah,
No, I thought they do.
no, they don't.
Doing a quick Google, they do supposedly.
They didn't before.
They're supposed to have, since 2015, supposedly pay minimum. They're supposed to pay. Supposed to. I don't know. I don't know. I thought they're supposed to pay minimum wage.
No, 0 hour literally means 0 hour.
Okay.
That's the whole point of it. Statutory pay is what you're talking about. That is the minimum wage.
Yeah.
What you get, but they're not under any obligation to give you statutory pay. The whole purpose of a 0 hour contract is that they can reduce your hours to 0 and pay you nothing, but you're still employed, so you're not entitled to housing benefit or anything. Go to.
But that's where it's confusing. Supposedly under the National Minimum Wage Act of 1998, supposedly, again, this is from Wiki. I don't have any. They're supposed to. Workers operating under a 0 hour contract on standby time, on call time, downtime must be paid the national minimum wage for hours worked.
Yeah, but
So
that's a contract, like a full-time employee, right?
Yeah.
You're not a full-time employee here.
True.
Your contract is renewed every 3 months or every 2 months, so you're just on a rolling contract every 2-3 months. So you never have permanent rights for employees. So they get out of that. I mean, EA in the UK, if you don't know, they employ you for 11 months on. They give you an 11-month contract, then they let you go on the 11th month. So for the 12th month, you're unemployed entirely, no money, no nothing, and then they re-employ you just so they don't have to give you full-time benefits. Because obviously, as you know, in the UK, if you're employed for 12 months, you get permanent employee rights. But to avoid that, on the 12th month, they actually lay you off so they can bypass that. That's EA for you, folks. So yeah, I mean, the games industry has always been a shit place to work, especially if you're for QA.
I cannot recommend it to anyone.
In QA, that's why I left ultimately, because the working conditions just weren't very good. I mean, I loved my time in the games industry. I worked for 3 or 4 different companies, about 4 companies. And I loved every minute of it. The actual working culture is really good. The working ethos, the community that you have in there is great. But the way that you get treated by your seniors in the upper management in terms of just pay and everything else is absolutely diabolical. It's not nice at all. Here you go through the FTC, EEOC, and wait, I thought your FTC was too busy still hunting down Microsoft. They ain't got time for anything else, right?
Yeah, they're the MTC now, the Microsoft tasks.
Microsoft tasks. And what job do I do now? I'm still in QA, but I work for a digital marketing company. I QA websites, which I mean, it pays like 3-4 times more than what the games industry does. So that's great. But because the games industry pays you peanuts. And, I QA websites, mobile apps. We build for clients. I'm hoping I'll have a job by the end of the year. We've downsized from 300 down to, I think we're now down to maybe 35 people. And we're still getting rid of people because there's no money coming into the business. And we're in the process of a merger. We're being swallowed up by another company. And they're still chipping away and getting rid of people that aren't needed. So I don't even know if in 6 months' time I'm gonna even have a job. So it is what it is. That's what mergers are for. I'm not going to be a hypocrite now and start saying, "Oh, this is shit," because I said exactly the same thing when Microsoft merged with ABK. when you do mergers, there are duplicate positions, redundant positions, or positions that are just not needed. And a lot of that is happening now where I work. And they're getting rid of people one by one. Just last week, they got rid of another 3. So, I'll take it as each day as it goes.
I will keep my fingers crossed for you.
Hey, it is what it is. And I'm not losing any sleep over it. That's why once this channel grows up and blows up and starts getting, like Reforge says, 500 subs a week, then it'll be all right, isn't it? I'm joking.
You mean memberships, right? Not subs. Like, if you get...
Well, subs here is
Okay.
memberships.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like you meant memberships. Like, if you're
Yeah.
getting 500 subs a week, that's good. But like,
That would still be good, though.
as you get closer to getting to that free Xbox Series X, I've got a giveaway in December.
Exactly,
But still,
see? Susanna, keep typing away, my dude.
yeah, keep talking, Susanna. It's fine.
Barongrod, Wish Mind was?
John Gray says you'll have to be grifter like your Hero Dreamcast guy. No, I just have to be on the show a little less. That's how I'll get more people watching.
Be a grifter. I mean, you could do what was it? MBG MBG started doing this later after he saw Reforge doing it. But Reforge, I could start doing what he does, and I just sit here going like this and saying I'm not going to continue until 10 subs come in. I'm not joking. He actually does that. He actually does that. He sits there until he sets like a 30 subscriber thing, and if it doesn't come in, he'll just sit there looking at the camera.
Here you go. I'm not giving you 30, but
Dude, I'm not telling you to drop a membership. I'm just saying what he was doing. But this is awful, right?
There you go.
This is awful. I'm finding out this way. What did you do?
I dropped the membership. There you go. Now you can continue.
There you go, chat. See? That's how it is. If you grift enough, they will come. And Barongrod has received a membership.
Congratulations. By the way, YouTube, please allow me to gift the people that I want to gift. Like, I'm sure Barongrod is a really nice person, but there's so many people in chat that right now that I would pick over them because they're in chat. Like, I don't know if he's here watching. I don't know that you are here. Hi, sorry. But like,
You're so mean.
it's really I would love the ability just to be like, because you're here, that's fine. But like, so many times I've seen people gift memberships, aren't there? Like, I've logged into a chat and I've been gifted the membership. I'm not in the chat. Like, I just want the ability to be able to write names.
Pirate
Like,
is 5
like
gifted
Twitch.
memberships. And I'm getting the parrot for my shoulder. It's happening. It's happening. The parrot is happening. So basically, you know my whole get up Chille with 5 gifted subs. I wear the pirate thing, eye patch and whatnot. Chat wants me to get a parrot, so I'm getting one of those clip-on parrots for my shoulder.
Now, does it have to be 5? Does it have to be a 5 gifted bomb?
Yeah.
Or can it be a 5 over a stream?
5 in one go.
Okay. By the way, I don't know when they're going to be implementing it, but supposedly Twitch is also going to be doing. I don't know if it'll affect payments, but Twitch will also soon be doing like gifted discounts. So if you discount if you give so many subs, you actually get a discounted price.
Oh, that's interesting.
So I think it's like 10% off if you give more than 5 subs. Supposedly, but they're rolling it out. But I also don't know if this will actually affect the actual payment. So I don't know if the person that's getting, like you, let's just say I gifted 5 subs and I get 10% off. I don't know if you get.
I don't think people care. I don't even think the creator will care. Honestly, even if they do lose out on that 10%, I've seen people on Twitch where they moan at people because don't gift enough subs and stuff like that. And then I see creators who are so grateful even if they get one sub, regardless of whether it's a Prime sub or something. Like, I can't remember who it was. They actually turned around and had a go at someone for giving them a Prime membership.
Oh wow!
And told them to take their Prime membership and stick it up their ass.
Now, if I get a sub on Twitch, I'm always happy no matter what.
That's awful.
Prime or not, I don't care.
You know, I do these streams. I don't expect anything, but if people do, happy days. If they don't, I'm just having a good time, chatting away, talking about shit, talking about the news, and having a good time. But can you imagine turning around to someone and saying take that Prime membership and stick it up your ass? I'm like, wow. I mean, I get it. It's like £1. It's not much, but that person is supporting.
Money is money, okay? Yeah, and they could give that to anyone. You only get one Prime membership a month, and you decided that my channel was the one that's worth it. That's more than anything. Like, that is, I don't even care if I get none of the money. The fact that you decided that your one Prime membership that you're only allowed one, and you gave it to me, that means more than the actual membership itself.
Hey, PS5 Blows, how's it going, my dude?
Am I in the lounge? I don't know. Are you in the lounge?
He is in the lounge.
Oh.
But yeah, so that's awful. What was happening there with? I'm just gonna say Sherman because I can't even pronounce that first one. Zvi. But then Nibs posted this: an ex-employee of Bungie who was laid off in January called on Bungie CEO Pete Parsons to step down. Also says he is a liar and a thief and claims this isn't on Sony, which, I mean, I don't know how I feel about that. Sony did provide an unrealistic, I'm guessing, contract that Bungie chose to sign, so I guess 99% of the field still falls to Bungie, but I guess Bungie really felt like they needed money.
I think as though Sony had to offer some kind of. They had to have something in the like. I understand it's Sony isn't 100% like in the clear with this, but like.
Yeah, I think the majority of the blame is with Bungie.
They probably sent them a. My guess is it was probably basically an industry standard contract that they gave Bungie. I don't expect it to be much different than the contract they give everyone.
I mean, it depends, right? Because the final shape was in the top 5 for June in terms of sales. Yeah. You know, for everything. PC, you know, when they have that collective top 20, it was in the top 5. So it sold really, really well. So, I mean, how much were they actually expecting it to sell? Double of what it sold? Triple of what it sold? There's realistic expectations and then there's unrealistic expectations. And I guess without seeing the contract, we'll never know the truth.
But I don't think it. But how many people continue playing afterwards? I think that is the main. I think that's the main thing more than sales here. I think that internally it probably hit the sales goal that both Bungie and Sony have. But it depends. Did it hit the player goals that Sony and Bungie had? Like Destiny is the live service game. What they want is the player numbers. They want people logging in and playing constantly. They don't. The sales is good, but it's the constant stream of interactivity that they're after. And if it didn't do that, then that might have been what caused it more than the actual sales.
Do you know anything about a game called Bounty Star?
Nope. Sounds like a rip-off.
It's a Star Wars game. But it came out in 2023, according to this.
Okay.
But I'm looking online.
It's an overhead 3D action game. It's nothing to do with Star Wars.
And look, I see. Okay, maybe I saw Star Wars Bounty Hunter. There you go. That's what I saw.
Yeah, Bounty Star's not that. Bounty Star is a Annapurna game. I can never know how you say their names.
I don't know if it's going to be
a farming game.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've not heard anything about this coming to Xbox at all. In fact, this is the first time I'm hearing of this game in its entirety. So I don't know.
To me, it just sounds like someone tried to make a Star Wars game, but they don't have the rights, so called it Bounty Star. It also sounds like a new version of the Bounty chocolate bar to me as well, but that's because I'm fat. Like, the limited edition Bounty bar, the Bounty Star.
Gaming, is this the whole Avowed thing? If so, we've covered this already and spoke about it a little earlier as well. That the delay for Avowed to 2025 is the best move that they could do for Avowed. That is not an alpha. Let me just bring this. I think this is the one. This is not an alpha Xbox. This is actually a smart move for Xbox. This is actually really, really smart. Because now they've got something for January already penciled in. So, after you finish your Christmas and you're broke and you've got no money, because that's how Christmas usually ends, right? Everyone's broke after Christmas because they've got no money. You're only able to spend in February. You've got Avowed waiting for you to come out for you to play. What more do you want? And it's not even a busy
I don't know.
period.
I've always done something crazy for January because it's my birthday in January. So,
of course, ponies are going to say it's L.
I'm a pony and I'm saying it's a W because I've been saying that you don't release games at that time of year anyway. That's just me. But then I'm sure that if Sony was delaying the game at the end, they'd have to have a game coming out at the end of the year till next year. That then Microsoft folk would say that's an L. But Sony would need a game coming out this year.
Games planned for 2025. They've got Fable for 25. They've got Doom for 2025. They've got potentially Perfect Dark for 2025. And that's just the ones we know.
I mean,
that's
the
just the ones
Dynamics game.
Yeah. But that's just the ones that I know off my head. That's 2025. Whether we'll see the new Forza Horizon. South of Midnight for 2025 as well. So yeah, 2025 is pretty packed already. I said Doom. So yeah.
I'm gonna guess Hideo Kojima's game, maybe.
I don't know. I really don't know about that one. We don't know anything about that game other than a bunch of people screaming, right?
Yeah, and the fact that it's a cloud-based title.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Because it was a Stadia exclusive.
It was a Stadia exclusive,
yeah.
Till Stadia turned around and told Hideo Kojima that they don't want to work with him. They don't believe that he can make a good game.
I sometimes question it myself.
But yeah.
I'm sorry, but I love Kojima, but like he needs someone to tell him no at times.
I know, but see, the reason why I like Hideo Kojima, his games might not hit every time, right?
Yeah.
But at least he's thinking outside the box and making something different. Different isn't always good.
Did I tell you about his story at Eurogame? Because I saw him at Eurogamer Expo years ago. Before this was I think before PT. This was a long time ago, and he was talking about making a Silent Hill game. Like he was talking about him working on a horror game himself, and he said the fact that he's so bad at horror that he was thinking of adding adult diapers as the collector's edition because he was worried that his horror game would be too scary, and that should be in the collector's edition of his horror game if he made one. Yeah.
Really? I mean, I've met Hideo Kojima.
You really?
Do you remember in the UK when they used to have the ECTS and the PlayStation Experience?
Yeah.
He was when I went to one because I went to every ECTS that they had here because my friend in Peckham.
ECTS.
Electro Computer Expo Technology, I think it was called. If you Google it, you'll find a name. But a friend of mine who owned a video game store basically had a trade pass, and he just basically said, "Look, I'll give you this to go to the trade area. As long as you pass out these cards to people, that's all I ask from you, and do what you want." And I was like, "Happy days!" Me and my friend went down there, and that's where I met Hideo Kojima for the first time.
Nice.
He's really short.
Yeah.
He's-
Nah, the main events I used to go to in London was EGX back in the day. You know, Eurogamer Expo.
Where is it?
I saw him there, and European Computer Trading Show, ECTS.
Yeah.
It was in the Business Design Center Olympia, and then it ended in Earls Court.
Yeah, Earls Court was the one that I went to.
2004.
Earls Court was the one I went to. It was just outside Earls Court train station.
Yeah.
But good times. Is Xbox holding games back? What do you mean by holding back? The games are still in development. Doom isn't made, right? It's still in development. But their expected release date is next year. A lot of these games' expected release date, according to what has been said, is next year. Like Blade is going to be for next generation console. It's not landing on this one. I think that's obvious to everyone now. Gears, in my opinion, will be for the next generation Xbox, not for this generation. It won't land for this one. I know people are saying 2025. That is very, very wishful thinking. So for 2026, with the next Xbox launch, if it's launching in 2026, that is, which is what is expected, you've got the likes of Gears. I assume Halo's going to land around that time since they're hiring at the moment. So you're going to have Gears, Halo, Blade, I guess Call of Duty, considering it's going to come out around November. So yeah, they've got like a blockbuster lineup, really. And I still think GTA 6 is going to be delayed as well.
And I think they will still promote the games as being on xCloud, so that you'll be able to play the new generation games on your old system with the xCloud if you want to.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But what has Sony got for next year?
I don't know, really, to be honest.
Now, I will say this. Dak, I really wish I could buy those cheeky controllers because they look really awesome. And it's a shame that you can't, right? I really would have bought them, right, personally. Because the actual cheeky ass part is actually magnetic, so that comes off, so you can actually use it as a real normal controller. But the Astro controller, I really like.
And the only good thing that's come out of Concord is the new Concord controller.
Yeah, no one mind that. But the Astro controller, that looks adorable. Now, what I've heard, and if anyone can confirm this, please do, people say that the eyes blink. Is that true? And is there any footage of it blinking? Because I can't find anything. But they say that the eyes on the actual touchpad blink. Hey, J. Connor, how's it going? Cygnus, how's it going, buddy? I can't find anything. I really want to know if they blink. Because I've heard people say it blinks, and if it does, that's awesome. Like, no cap. I mean, the controller already looks really nice. I think it's probably the best
in the demo.
design
It
one.
does.
In the demo, it does.
I'm watching the
What, on the actual controller?
In the reveal, on the controller, on the reveal, it does.
Send me a link. Send me a clip.
I don't know if they're just doing that as part of the thing, but like in the trailer itself, if you're watching the trailer, it's the eyes are blinking on the controller, the physical controller. But I don't know if that I put in the stream. I don't know if that's just a marketing gimmick that they've added on.
Yeah, send me a.
Oh yeah, dramatization, not actual controller. No, never mind. It says at the bottom, not actual controller.
Oh, okay. Oh, boo. That would have been amazing if it did.
I don't think it will. Like,
I mean, it needs to have an LCD form of display, right? And that's obviously not what it has. But it would have been cool if it did.
That would
That's all I'm
buff.
saying.
That would buff the price of it
I don't
as well.
care.
Like,
I don't care. I would pay for it. I would.
I'm just saying that people would have to expect the fact that that would make it more expensive.
100 quid, £120.
Yeah.
I'd expect. I would do it. If the eyes blinked, I would. Pay for it.
I would be tempted as well. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that'd be cool. Like, but yeah.
I guess. Did you see that Lollipop Chainsaw Collector's Edition from Limited Runs, 150 quid?
I heard it. I didn't see all of it.
You pre-order it now, and you'll get it by the end of May.
I mean, that sounds like limited print to me.
I don't even know if I'm going to be alive by the end of May.
Same. And also put Lollipop limited edition, and now I'm getting like all different things. Like, maybe I should have.
But it's limited run games. But the collector's edition.
Oh, wait,
looks
limited
cool.
run. People keep thinking limited run is like an indie company, but isn't it owned by like a big corporation?
They are.
It's not actually indie at all. Like, I know people seem to think it is.
Nah, it's a big
but
company.
It's not. It's a massive.
But they make them
company.
to order, right? So that's why it takes so long.
Yeah.
Pete has also supposedly bought a whopping 24 vehicles from a single auction site. See, I don't care about that, right? What someone does with their money is up to them. I know people are judging him for this, but if the dude's a millionaire, he's a millionaire. He's going to buy whatever the fuck he likes. At this point, he's been given that money. So what he spends his money on is his thing. Now, what I do think he should have done, like I said at the start of the stream, is taken a pay cut, right? But if he's already been given the money, he's not going to... That's it. He's been given the money. Since the acquisition closed in July 2022, which is when he got it, totaling $2.4 million in costs, presumably part funded by what Liana refers to as the giant Sony payout. This was the big thing that they actually took. You know, remember that payout that Sony gave out to staff to stay? They had like 1 billion or whatever it was, or 100 million. I can't remember the cost, but they basically had a big fund for staff, an incentive to stay. Do you remember that? And then
if you stayed for like 12 months, you got an extra payment, right?
Yeah.
Or is it something like that?
A huge payout. So Bungie made it so that those people that were there, they got rid of them on the 11th month or something like that, so they wouldn't have to give them the payout. I remember that in January. That's some nasty piece of work.
By the way, that's not Sony that did that, though. That's Bungie.
No, that's Bungie. Yeah. Sony did the right
Sony
thing by putting the money there. Yeah. Sony did good by giving that incentive. Yeah. But Bungie wanted that money for themselves. So this Pete Parsons guy is an absolute arsehole. Liana Rupert,
as I said,
you are a liar.
I'm not going to completely defend Sony because like they totally in the wrong as well. But like most of this is not Sony. Like 99% of it isn't Sony's fault. And there's only a limited amount of stuff that they can do.
How will a payout save that many jobs? Again, what are you referring to by a payout? Lollipop Chainsaw is GOAT. Embrace is just getting rid of studios left, right, and center. They're the worst. But Liana says, you are a liar, a thief, and so many things we can't discuss publicly, I'm guessing due to NDA. Step down, and without the giant Sony payout, this isn't on Sony, this is squarely on the failure of leadership, plain and simple. And then they kind of catalogued all the vehicles that he's purchased. Again, I don't agree with this. Not for what Pete Parsons has done, but once he's got his money and he's got his payout, I don't think it's anyone's responsibility how he spends his money. But clearly, he decided that he wanted to back the fuck out and stop it. But yeah, it's a man. I cannot back up someone pointing out how someone spends their money. This is the point I was making just now. He's the CEO. He's entitled to a bigger payout, bigger than other employees. Yeah, but when you're firing employees every few months due to supposed financial constraints, it's certainly not good optics. And that's the point there. I don't know why this person's saying to bail Sony out. I don't think saying Sony's done anything wrong here. This is, in this regard here, Sony, this is just pure mismanagement from the company. Oh, pay cut? So, Jordan, something that happened in my workplace, and we see it in some other places. Where I work, the company was going through, and still is going through, financial trouble. Our leadership sacrificed their bonuses and took a 20% pay cut, and that actually saved a bunch of jobs from being lost. Because the money that they sacrificed was able to retain that staff. That's the whole point of leadership taking a pay cut, leadership taking... I mean, it might just be for that first year, for that 1 year, to try and stabilize things and try to save jobs. But that's what it's for. Because the leadership is getting way more money than we are. That 20% is still huge for them, but they probably get more money, like 10 times more money than everyone else, 20 times more money than everyone else. They can live off that 80% quite easily. But it helps retain jobs. It helps keep people employed, and it helps trying to turn that cogwheel round in order to try and get over this financial turmoil that they're in. Sometimes it doesn't work. And do you know what? It happens. Like where I'm at, it didn't work. So in the end, people still lost their jobs. But instead of it being lost on the spot then, they lost their jobs 14 months later. But those people were still employed at least for 14 months, and management tried their best to retain those jobs. That's the difference. I appreciate it. Not everyone is going to be that way inclined and not think that way. That's fine. This is what they're saying. That the company's finances are in a bad place. You could have taken a bit of a pay cut to try and help that financial burden. Instead of getting paid 10 million, get paid, 7 million or 6 million. Put that money back into the company. So you're not in the red. And if enough of them do that, then it might actually put them into the black. That sort of thing. Gaz says, look at the framing here, shrinking, restructuring, spinning off, eventually followed by the glaringly reality of it all. Jason Schreier says, Sony's Bungie is shrinking from 1300 to 850. I mean, it's the word, the choice of words is very thing. If this was a Microsoft situation, can you imagine how much the media would be slaughtering them? They wouldn't say shrinking. They would say the word slaughtering. And you all know it's true. 220 laid off, 155 moving to Sony, 75 to Nishido. We were overly ambitious. Our financial safety margins were subsequently exceeded. But that's just poor management on their end. And we began running in the red. So take a pay cut to put it back into the black. Zubitech, he blocked me. He blocked me hard. 220 of our roles will be eliminated. Yeah. Yeah. But I think this one is bad, right? This one is bad. So Pete Parsons saw Jimmy Ryan. He saw Jim Ryan, right? Chille? And do you remember how Jim Ryan went to the Liverpool branch of... Was it Liverpool? Sony Liverpool? Where he took a picture and then 2 days later the whole place got shut down? But Pete Parsons said, hold my beer, because I'm going to do one better. He invited the staff round to his house to show them his car collection. And then 2 days later, fired everyone. It's only London, Power Boss? Imagine that. Coward, you did this, you chose this. I'm already listed as do not work with. I don't care anymore. You lied to my face, straight to it. You also invited me to come see your new cars 2 days before you laid me off. 2 effing days. That's...
Yeah. That's scummy.
I mean...
There's levels of scum and that's high.
I mean, wow. I mean, I thought what Jim Ryan did was pretty awful, right? With the PlayStation London studio, going there, taking a picture, smiling, and thinking to himself, all right, guys, you're all going to be jobless in 2 days, but smile.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty
This
bad.
will be in the card.
I thought, this one was bad. This is worse. This Pete Parsons here is like, you know what, Jimby boy? Hold my beer. I'm about to one-up you. I'm about to invite these poor souls to see what they could have, but never will. And on top of that, send them packing in 2 days' time.
Yeah. Nah. Why is this industry so bad?
This guy is nasty. He's a nasty, nasty piece of work. That's pure evil, man. That's pure evil. You don't do that. That's just nasty.
Look at all this stuff that you will never have that I have. Please not enjoy. Please not look forward to it.
I mean, he can't be sued, but...
No. It's a shitty thing that he did, but it's not illegal.
I mean, the fact that I think Sony should just get rid of him. They have the board now, right? They should just outvote him, remove him.
Do they have the board?
Yeah, Herman Holz's now in charge.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, get rid of him.
I mean, I guess now that they have the autonomy to do that, they can do that. But they've basically taken over Bungie.
It was gonna happen, wasn't it? No matter what. That was gonna be the goal. I'm sorry.
Do you remember at the time when this happened and everyone was telling me on social media that I'm chatting shit? I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm just one of those losers that think I know everything. I mean, I do know everything, but let's not dwell on my superior intelligence and my amazing ego, because if it, as chat will say, if it gets any bigger, there may be no problems fitting it into this camera size. But outside of my amazingly brilliant and amazing predictions that generally almost always are correct, and I'm never wrong, almost.
It's true. All my predictions are secretly based off all of Chaos's predictions.
Wasn't I saying that there is Bungie is not independent? It is a false fallacy to believe that they were independent, and if Sony in the background is telling them to jump, and they will jump.
Yeah,
I've always said this, and I said that they will come when they will remove and take over, because it was obvious. You don't spend $3.6 billion and let a company have complete independence. You don't do that. That's not smart business 101, right? So I don't blame Sony for this, right? Because
they paid the money. They got.
Yeah.
You don't sell it. And it's not like they went in and forced to buy it. The company was up for sale, so it's not like Sony was like, well, we want you, and they're like, no, and then they were like, yes, and so it was both companies, both sides.
You know what, pal? You saw my pro gaming yesterday. That was legendary. That's how right I am. I was like a demon yesterday in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3. those enemies didn't know what hit them. Neither did the wall behind them, mind you, especially with the amazing Russian silhouette that I was causing from a Bond movie. But do you know what? It was great.
But can I go off topic for a second? I've jumped into 14 to get some roulettes done so I can get leveling.
Yeah.
I forgot that Rathalos was in the trial roulette. I
No
didn't
way.
even know this was in the trial roulette.
Is it?
Yeah, I just got as in my trials.
Does anyone even know how to do that?
I don't know, but we'll see.
Because I can tell you, most people don't know that you have to kind of
Well, you know
defeat
what?
the enemy and then hide behind it.
Well,
See, now you know my brilliance already has done that fight.
so yeah, I even put in the chat. I forgot this was here. So yeah.
But yeah, so
It's just the fact that I got this in roulette. That's like, what the hell?
hey, everyone enjoyed their time watching yesterday. It couldn't have been that bad.
I mean, I wish I was watching because I bet it was cool. Like, I haven't played Call of Duty in a long time.
Oh, nice power. Nice. What spec PC did you get? I mean, this is why my account got hacked, right? I never even touched Activision games, and since 21, I think. And in the end, Activision turned around and told me that yesterday they told me we could see it's your account. You've proven it's your account, but we can't give it back to you.
Okay.
And the person that hacked me left a way for me to backdoor entry. Left a backdoor entry for me to get in. Stupidly. And so I was able to get in and unlink all my stuff and just create it. That account was compromised anyway, so I created a new one. He can do what the fuck he wants with that one. And so I created a new one and relinked my accounts to the new one and set up 2FA.
Okay.
So I got my account. I
Update.
got my stuff back.
Everyone but one person stood behind the monster. So.
Oh, nice. There you go. There you go. See, chat? See? Clearly, Zrugdal was there watching and saw it. Was watching my 0 death run. It was amazing.
Sounds right.
I tell you what did make me laugh, though. There was a really heavy armored enemy hiding around the corner. So I tossed a few grenades there, and that enemy bolted out running for his life. I thought that was actually quite funny. It's just funny watching him bolting for his life. I like little touches like that.
That's one thing Bungie used to be really good at was the AI. It's such a shame that, like, yeah, because Halo, as much as I hate to say it, had some of the best AI in video games. The way that
great,
some of the enemies would react was so great.
Yeah. I think it was in Halo 2, maybe, when you start off in the jungle, and the guy just falls off like a little step that's like, what, 5 centimeters? And he screams like his life is about to end, and then goes, oh, it's this short, okay. He's like, okay, I guess this is okay. This isn't that big of a problem.
No, look, all those times that he might have died was just so that people could take a small break and go to the toilet or hydrate. Those were just intermissions so that people can take a small break. And the mission restarts was just so that people that joined the stream late didn't have to miss the start, right, Chaos? Like you wanted to make sure that anyone that was watching the stream later would still get the context. So you kept going back so that people could see the missions.
Exactly. See, someone that gets me, and that's why those restart missions.
You were just doing it for the new viewers that were joining in late.
And those restart missions was clearly for that reason and that reason only.
There you go. Yeah, see, Susano, he was see, and you know what you should think about doing is make sure you hit that like button because you know he does so much for you. You should make sure you've hit that like button so they can do something back for
Lie.
him.
I don't lie. Chille was there. See? Has best AI. Oh, Fear is good. Fear's a good game. I don't need cheat codes. My excellence just radiates so
He is the-
brightly that it
he
acts
is
as
the
a
cheat
flash
code.
bomb. Like the moment I start a single player game and I go in, it's almost like God mode is instantly activated. It's just one of those things, you know. I don't do it; they do it.
Yeah, he Chaos himself is the cheat code. I know. I play co-op games with him. I feel like he's invincible.
Yeah, I guess if I find some time, we could definitely play Fear again. I remember. I mean, it's an old game, but for sure, it's all about timing, finding the
Cool.
right time. But yeah, there's so many games that I want to pick up and play again, but it's all about timing.
Combat games. I don't know what I want to. I want to take a. I want to take a break from 14 because I love it, but I played a lot since Dawn Trail, and now I want to play something else. But I have no idea what I want to play. I have no idea what I want to play next.
Hey, look, John Gray, John. Yesterday, everyone saw how good my stealth skills were. I didn't set off a single alarm unless I purposefully meant to. Every time that alarm went off, it was intentional and orchestrated and planned.
Look, that was the everything is okay alarm. So it's playing to say that everything is okay. When that alarm is not going off, it means that nothing is okay. So you have to have the alarm going on to prove that everything is okay. Right? That's what the alarm's for.
Pretty much.
It's the everything is okay alarm.
There won't be a PlayStation 6, is what Tyrone is saying. If the PS5 Pro comes at the end of this year, which apparently there's a small chance it might, if it exists. It probably does exist because we're seeing specs into other games. But if it comes by the end of this year, they have to give that like at least a 2-3 year life cycle, right? They're not just going to give it a year.
Year and a half. No,
Nah,
it will be a year. Yeah, but
it can't just be a year. That would be a kick in the teeth for anyone investing in that console.
It will be a year.
How long was the Pro available?
About a year and a half, I think, right?
Nah, it had to be
Maybe
more than
two.
that.
Push.
I think it was like 2.5 years. Right? Someone in chat confirm to me. PS4
was the
Pro release
4 years.
2016.
Right?
And when did the PS5 come out?
2020.
So 4 years. So at the moment, that's like the precedent because One X was
announced
at the same time.
2019, should we say?
The One X was also released in the 2016 era, right?
Yeah.
And so they both kind of got replaced 4 years later. So I don't think it'll go 4 years. The PS5 Pro, I just don't think technology is that slow anymore. But I still think like at least 2 years. If you're paying, and I'm expecting that console to be 600-700.
I'm calling year and a half
For 600-700 quid. That's a lot of money for a year and a half. I'm not expecting the PS5 Pro.
By the way, please don't say what I'm saying. This is a good thing.
He is officially confirming this, by the way, chat. Do continue.
Yeah, I am Sony. I'm officially confirming everything that Sony is doing, and I'm gonna send a message to Shuyi Hoshida after I'm gonna, because I do have him on my PSN friend list for anyone that wants to know. So I will contact Yosp after this, but no. John says people buy 1,000 phones every year, but that's a phone. That's its own kettle of fish. I don't think it'll be more than any more than 2 years. I think it's gonna be a year and a half. Now, do I think it should be that? No. And will I get the Pro? No. So that's just me. They will aim the Pro for when GTA comes out, even if the PS6 is going to be not long afterwards, just so they can have something to sell with GTA to make it not look ass.
Oh my god! Did you send me that video clip? Yeah, you did. Ah, that was the thing. John, they do buy phones for £1,000, but most of those phones are subsidized by trading their previous one in, and they get a massive discount for it.
Yeah.
Right. And on top of that, a lot of that is it's
a lot of those are contract based as well.
Are contract based, so you're not paying for it all at once. Second, also phones are multi-use. I get the argument that people keep putting out that people spend all this money on mobile phones, but they are a different device entirely. Right?
You can do a lot of things with your mobile phone. I know people joke about video games, but you can play games on your phone. You can get your emails. You can social media. Of course, you've got your ability to call friends and family. Like you can even pay your bills with your phone by using there's a wireless payment system.
You can use
phones
it as a PC.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when I say PC, like for word processing and stuff like that, you can.
Yeah. I've done loads of word. I have a little clip on for my phone where I can type.
But you can also project it onto like a monitor, right?
Yeah.
I mean, quantum used to be something that Microsoft was really pushing forward to. It's a shame that they never continued that. I think that was a really great idea. But the whole idea that people spend money on mobile phones is really just different. It's a different market. Like my brother upgrades his iPhone every single year, but he gets like 30 to 35% off. Sometimes up to 40% off because he trades his old one in, or he not trade it in, he sells his old one on private eBay.
Yeah,
and gets he sells it generally a week before or 2 weeks before, or sometimes up to 4 weeks before the release date, so he can get the maximum amount of money, and he'll sell it for like £700, and so he gets the new iPhone for £300.
Talk about the new iPhone stuff. I can't remember who the person does this. I can't off the top of my head, but I love this YouTuber that has a video that he made years ago about Apple has announced a new iPhone, and then he talks about all the features. And now every year when a new iPhone comes out, he just badly dubs over that old video. He releases the same video but badly dubs over it, and the quality of the audio and the video is actually getting worse over the years because he's just constantly reusing the same video and audio because it's basically the same features every year. So it's like, yeah.
Tyrone, handheld consoles are going to be the future, along with cloud gaming. Having gaming on the go, especially with Gen Z, is just where it is. Right? Just look at
Japan. Japan is basically the model that we'll see in the future because they don't really. Japanese players don't really have. Well, they have them, but like standard consoles have not been popular in Japan for years. Handheld has kind of been the king. It's why the Switch became so popular, is because it's both a standard and a handheld system all in one. Yeah.
So I agree that it is, but Sony is very slow for adoption. Whereas Microsoft is too quick to adopt the latest trend. And I think they're way too quick to adopt the latest trend. Sony is very slow. And they wait a long time before they do jump into it. I have no doubt in my mind at all that Sony will do day and dates with PC. It's going to happen. It's not going to happen now with their first party, single player games. But there isn't a fiber in my soul that believes that it's not going to happen. It's going to happen. But they usually take a lot longer to do it.
I agree and disagree. Sony often either jump in way too early or they wait too long. They've never timed it correctly.
I mean, what have they jumped in early for?
I mean, they did cross-buy first. One of the first companies that did cross-buy.
What did you cross-buy with?
Vita. There was a load of games where you bought the PS3 version, you got the Vita version. And then you also had Portal 2, where if you bought the PS3 version of Portal, you gained the Steam version of Portal.
Hey, but that's Steam. That's not Sony.
That's still, Sony had a whole cross-buy initiative on the PS3. That was a big push of when the Vita first came out, that the games were cross-buy. They had a
Honestly,
whole...
this is the first I'm hearing of it.
Really?
So
Yeah,
they did a really bad job of marketing that, by the way.
Yeah, loads of games on PS3
I'm not
were
disputing it. I'm just saying they did a really bad job in marketing that because this is literally
Sorry,
the first I'm hearing
PS4,
of
right?
it.
Sorry, no, PS3, PS4.
It was PS3.
Yeah. Cross-buy was a massive thing promoted. Where is it? No, yeah, PS3. Yeah, they've if you bought the PS3 version of the cross-buy, you would get the digital version of the Vita games or whatever. And then it was eventually extended to the PS4. But it was a huge thing that the PS3 did. And I find it funny when everyone thinks that Microsoft was one of the first companies to promote cross-buy. When no, it was definitely a huge thing on PS3 a long time ago.
Nah, it's clearly a Microsoft thing.
Okay, games that were cross-buy were Alien Breed, Big Sky Infinite, Dead or Alive, Doki Doki, Everybody's Golf, Foosball, Guacamole, Little Big Planet 2, Motorstorm, PlayStation All Stars. I remember that. PlayStation All Star was a huge
You've only
thing.
named one good game so far.
That was PlayStation All Stars, right?
No, it was Dead or Alive for the Jiggly Jiggly. I mean,
Street
literally
Fighter
the only
Tekken?
reason people played that game at the
that
time
was
when you was a kid.
Wipeout HD Fury was on PS3 and then on the Vita as well. Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom 3. So yeah, this was a selection of PS3 games that were cross-buy.
But clearly, Dead or Alive was
they
the
should
only
have
one that was
promoted more of
important
it. For me, Little Big Planet 2 was the one I cared about the most. I did that. So.
But the Jiggly Jiggly.
So yeah. But no, Sony and I would say Sega's the one that did. It was also one of the companies that did stuff way too early. Sega was ahead of its time most of the time.
Ghosty, I would say that the handheld device pretty much has to come out around at the same time as the next gen console because they're going to work together in tandem.
Yeah.
They can't really do it separately. Because if they release the main console later, then they're going to have the same problem. I mean, they're going to have that problem anyway when they release their console. Like something I was told, I read today, someone on social media pointed out that Xbox games are made for the Series S. And that's part of the problem. And that all Xbox Series X games are in fact Series S games, just upscaled. That is partially true and partially not true. So basically, I don't think I need to explain what scaling is, right? Everyone knows the whole scaling potential. The Series S is designed for 1440p gaming. It very rarely hits that. Its target is 1080p more or less all the time, due to the scale of the actual machine, the power output. The Series X is a 4K machine. It very rarely hits 4K. It generally aims for 1440p internally if it can even hit that. But the textures are a lot higher. And so they build one version of the game and then scale it depending on what's available. And that's fine. That's exactly what Call of Duty does. You know, they build it so it looks absolutely amazing, and then they put it through their optimization algorithm that optimizes it to around 60 FPS, and then they manually start to optimize it to make sure it gets a locked 60 FPS. It's a similar thing with the Series S and X gaming. The difference here, which they didn't get right, is that the Series S is the primary console. And I know that might sound weird to a number of you, but it is the actual primary console. The Series X is not.
I mean, isn't it because isn't there more Series S sold than Series X?
That's irrelevant.
Well, not really. Like, you're going to aim for the one that's selling the most.
Nope, because it's still an Xbox. It doesn't
Fair.
matter.
But I'm just saying the fact that internally, if you're looking to aim your specific specifications, you're going to aim for the one with the biggest
It still doesn't matter.
market share.
You already know that you can aim for 60 FPS on the console, on the Series X, and on the Series S, you can aim for 30 FPS, and it's acceptable. But the reason why the Series S is the target, is the primary console, is because of the RAM. And I'll just give a hypothetical example. It's not that slower. There's only 10 gigs in there.
Less.
So I'll just give a hypothetical example. You got a video game, massive open world. If they designed that for the Series X, you could have free flying around the whole map. The Series S can't handle that because of the RAM limitations. So they have to remove the flying from the Series X to make sure on parity it is compatible with the actual Series S, which basically makes the Series S a primary console. Now, this isn't to say that they build the Series S version. No, they build a version, and that kind of goes on one spectrum or the next. But the Series S is primary console. But if they release the handheld and a console at the same time, or if they, in a kind of a non-sync way, so they release the handheld now, and then they go and release the main console a year later, those games have to be compatible with the handheld. And at that point, the handheld becomes the reference platform. Because no matter what they do to the game, unless Microsoft doesn't make the mistake they made with the Series S, which is parity. If they remove the parity, then it's free. They can do what the hell they like at that point. It's free game, right? But if they continue with that stupid notion that they have to be feature parity, like they did with the Series S, then actual handheld console, which released the year before, which is supposed to play the other games natively, would be the primary console, and at that point, the Series X would just basically have a higher textured version of that game. So it's a weird one. I really hope that the next Xbox and console that comes out, and when they release the handheld as well, they make it clear that there is no parity in features. The console itself is a primary console, and the handheld will just play it. And if there's features that aren't supported by it due to lack of technological advancement, as long as the game can be played, it will still be available on that handheld. With caveats. That's how they should have done the Series S as well, in my opinion. Chille could try the Subnautica games. They are fun. Thank you for that $2 Canadian $2. Chille, will you ever try Subnautica?
No, but there's a lot of games I would play, and that's not one of them. Trust me. I know this will sound weird because I live near the ocean, but I find fish are really, really scary. So no.
Interesting.
Maybe I get creeped out by fish. So no.
So if I have like a fish avatar, will that creep you?
Yeah, it would. If it has the fish, like the eyes of the fish. I know that sounds. It's the fish eyes that really do it. Like no, something about the dead eyes, soulless demon eyes that fish have.
V-tubing fish incoming.
Soulless demon fish eyes.
This isn't a dig at the Series S, by the way. I'm not saying this is a dig. the Series S. The Series S does play Hellblade 2. I've got no qualms on the power of the Series S. I'm just saying it is the primary console.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is. The Series X, as Zrogdal said here, is referred to as a Pro. And you know what? Phil Spencer even said himself that they don't need to release a Pro console because they've got the Series X. That is their Pro console.
Yeah.
He said this to IGN himself. So I think that's something that they need to avoid in the future because it's hurt them this time. If they had 16 gigs of RAM, there'd be no problem whatsoever. I guarantee you. None at all. But 10 gigs is just too small. It's just not enough.
Well, it's not even 10 gigs, is it? The 10 gigs is how much is in it, but there's not 10 gigs that's usable.
You see, now the eyes are jiggling as well. They're saying that the eyes are boobies. That's another bout of therapy for you.
But no, it's not actually the 10 gig that's usable in the S, right? It's only 8-ish.
Yeah.
Once you remove the OS and all that lot.
Yeah. So it's even less.
Yeah.
Point being, if it does well enough, I don't see it being the only handheld they release. They could do a second gen handheld in the middle of the 10th gen. I mean, they could technically do that, yeah. I do see them doing upgrades, but doing a yearly upgrade seems.
But then that's why I
dangerous.
know everyone hates it, but that's why I support the PS Portal. Like,
No,
I like
don't
the
support
idea of a
PS
cloud-based handheld because of the whole not having to upgrade constantly to get better graphics. Like, you'll have to upgrade eventually because either battery life will keep dying because batteries only have a certain amount of charges until they stop charging. Or the fact that, better tech has come out. Like, eventually there will be. But I support. I personally prefer handheld cloud-based gaming over standardized
But the
hardware
Portal is
now.
£700.
Yeah, and also doesn't have proper cloud-based gaming. That's why I
But-
prefer the idea of the Portal.
But it's
And
£700.
it's not 700, right? Well, it's like 300.
So go. What are you going to use your Portal on if you haven't got a PS5?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Though it should be cloud-based. It shouldn't just be remote play.
Oh right,
You should
yeah.
be able to log into. Yeah,
Right. So you're talking like
that's why I say cloud-based
like the
gaming.
Logitech
Like,
G
I like
Cloud.
the idea. That's what I said. That's what I said. I like the idea of the Portal. Not.
Yeah. So what
I
about
didn't
the
say I
Logitech
like
G
Portal.
Cloud?
Yes, that's a good system.
I think that's still overpriced, by the way. Like that should be like
Yeah, it's still overpriced.
that should have been the price of the Portal, and I think that would have flown off the shelves.
Yeah.
Logitech shot themselves in the foot with that one.
They released that.
350?
If they released the Portal, 100. I think if they released the Portal at like 150, I think
always said
150 is fair.
if I find it for $129.99, I will buy it just to see what it's like. I'm not prepared to pay more than $129.99 for it. I think that's the fair price. It's just a remote play
129
device.
Okay, 129.99 is good price. 150, I think. Consider the fact that controller is already what 60, 70.
Yeah, and then all we've got on there is just a screen.
Yeah.
So I'm
Which will
adding
probably
an
be a
extra 50
1080p
quid.
screen, I'm guessing.
Yeah, and I'm adding 50 quid for the screen. It's just a small
Yeah.
screen.
Yeah.
So $129.99 I think is reasonable.
Yeah, is the good price.
119.99 I think is amazing, and I think that
Yeah.
I would have easily snapped one up to test out. I did reach out to Sony, but unfortunately they said, sorry, your influencer level is not big enough for us to give you one.
You must be this tall to get this.
I was thinking more 2026 for the first gen, and then 4 or 5 years later for the second gen, when they've got feedback on what they can improve. Yeah, actually, that works. That works,
That's fair.
Gorsty. It's basically what Thing's doing, right? Steam, which is why I love Steam so much. In this regard, the Steam Deck. You're seeing like Asus releasing yearly versions of theirs, and I'm guessing Lenovo may do the same as well, even though it didn't really sell that well for Lenovo because their software just absolutely sucks. And if it wasn't for their higher TDP output, it would actually be performing worse than the Asus ROG Ally. But you can basically brute force it to just give more TDP, to give just more power. But Steam have basically said that we're not releasing an upgrade until we see a clear boost in technology. Like a clear change for people in the power department. And I appreciate that, right? Because they're respecting your money. They're not turning around and saying, right, you're spending 500 quid on this now. We're expecting you to pay it again in 12 months' time. And I think that's good for a handheld. And it's also why the Steam Deck now is like the reference machine, right? And I get it's with Steam and whatnot, but the Asus ROG and stuff could have easily, if it was as popular, could have easily done it. And the Asus ROG is great, by the way. I still want the Ally X if I ever come around to buying it. But I think they do need to leave a bit of gap and see how it goes, because releasing it yearly is it creates the same problem Apple has now with their mobile gaming, where they're trying to infiltrate the gaming market, but you need like the latest £1,000 mobile phone to actually use it. And they quickly realize that no one's buying the games.
The return of the Apple Pippin, which you didn't even know existed until I told you about it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the Apple. I found that funny.
They released the Steam OLED that just gave it an OLED. It wasn't a power increase. So if you had the original, there's well, it's like a 5% power increase because of the hardware inside hasn't actually given you more power, but the way the cooling works actually allows the machine to push a little more. But you're only getting like 3-4 frames extra, and maybe that's enough for some games. But there's no chipset in there that's more powerful. It's the same. It's the same hardware, just refreshed. Agreed, Sepho. I've always said this, and Chille, we've had this discussion so many times, that they should have released the consoles coming out in 2020 was a bad idea. 2021 should have been when they came out. The games should have, they should have pushed the previous generation one more year. They could have got away with it.
They could have. No, to be fair though, the hardware PS4 was aging even then, so
the Pro was fine.
Yeah, Pro was fine.
But that's what you care about. The mid-gen refresh.
Yeah.
I would have paid $10 for a PS Portal since it's proprietary to the PS5. I can't use it with anything else. Pretty much a paperweight unless you also buy their 500. That's why I said it's $700.
Yeah.
That was the whole point of me saying it was $700. But I remote into my PS5, my Xbox with my Steam Deck, and it's fine. I've got no problem. Chiaki works really well. In fact, used side by side, Chiaki gives you a better performance and display than the PS Portal does.
Yeah, I also had to tell people to use a third-party app for their remote play for a while, because it was the third-party app was just a better experience than the PlayStation one.
But this is part of the reason why Sony is actually pushing now with Bungie, right? They want to make the Bungie games exclusive to PlayStation. They do not want to put anything on Xbox. Anything. So this is why I'm a little on two minds with the whole Helldivers coming, but it's a multiplayer game, I guess. But I don't know.
I think it's too little too late, even if it was coming.
I think it will see a resurgence, but the timing is just bad. It really needed to land alongside with the launch. At the start of the year, I think it would have been awesome. Now, when you've got Diablo coming, you've got Call of Duty coming, you've got all of these games dropping. You've got Metaphor dropping. You've got just
You've got Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero.
Yeah, no one cares. Joking. Sorry, that was brutal.
No, why do you think I said it?
But hey,
I know your response to that now. Like, it's fine. Trust me. I find it
hey,
funny.
look, if you said Nikkei, then there's Jiggly Jiggly. There's waifus.
Yeah.
I'd say okay.
Yeah, no, but that'd be a gacha game, and Microsoft doesn't have those, so no, I can't say that.
I just don't understand why they don't. It makes no sense. But I saw this clip, and I want to play it real quick. It's not long. But when Sony is pulling off stuff like this, and we can clearly see that this move with the whole Bungie situation.
By the way, that game sounds horrendous. I
know
sorry.
It does. I mean, just look at it.
I mean, I think that looks cool. That looks cool to me. But when you compare it to if there's a reason why genres exist. You can't make a game that's all of those genres and it be good at all of them. You can't make a life. What was it? Go up. Was it a life sim, MOBA, virtual reality, racing, panda? I don't know what it was exactly, but there's a lot of words.
A team-based action game inspired by several genres in a brand new science fantasy universe. It draws inspiration from fighting games, platformers, MOBAs, life sims, and frog-type games, wrapped up in a light-hearted comedic world.
What's a frog-type game?
Ribbit.
So you're telling me it's going to be
Frogger,
a MOBA, it's MOBA-style Frogger game?
Yeah, there you go.
That's a lot of words for nothing.
Yep, but the whole point of this is that Bungie's aspirations were to keep all their titles multi-platform. Bungie made this perfectly clear that any game that they make will be available everywhere. That must have pissed off Sony because Sony owned them and they want their games exclusive. So this whole move to completely take over Bungie, which they've pretty much done now, in my opinion, is for this reason and this reason only, to make sure Xbox doesn't get those games, right?
Yeah.
And, when I heard this clip, I see a lot of value, I see a lot of point to this. Ignore Uni here, he's an idiot. Did you know that this guy went on social media showing off that he got a Rolex? And then people had to point out to him that he got ripped off because it was a fake. And he paid a lot of money for that Rolex.
So he bought a Rolex.
Yep. And then he switched over to PlayStation because he got upset because people were mocking him. Although PlayStation fans were mocking him too. But yeah, this guy's
same
like...
Grossly, listen to the description. They can keep it. I have a PS5. I'm playing on the PS5 as we speak. I'm playing Fantasy 14, which you can now play on Xbox. But I trust me, no, you can have that.
I mean, I've got a PS5. I play PS5 games. I play Xbox games. I play my PC games. But just listen to this. Ignore Uni here. He's basically a Tim Dog Warhammer Day guy now. They seem to be multiplying. It's almost like Gremlins, right? You sprinkled some water on Tim Dog, and then they started to sprout multiple times, and they're going everywhere. It's crazy.
Yes, 2 hours ago.
Is that
literally 2 hours ago during Evo? Out of nowhere, they announced SNK versus Capcom Chaos, which was on the original Xbox. Once again, not coming to Xbox. This re-release remake of SNK versus Capcom Chaos. Now, this ain't MT framework, so why isn't this one coming to Xbox? Something that someone mentioned in the chat that I think we spoke about last time when this happened with Marvel vs. Capcom was the other part that sort of rubs a bit of salt in the wound is the fact that here's Microsoft putting their fucking games everywhere, and then yet nothing comes back the other way.
Who are people mad at here? What are we mad at?
I don't know.
I mean, that's the general gist of it. And I think, if Sony is doing this and their whole purpose is to make the game exclusive to PS5. If they still care about the Xbox platform, I really feel like they need to reconsider what they're doing. I mean, ultimately, Microsoft only cares about profits. That's made perfectly abundantly clear. But it's weird to me that they are basically saying that we are okay to be pushed around and excluded while we're putting our stuff out everywhere else, and we're not moving the needle. I don't know. It just feels weird.
By the way, I thought the Microsoft thing was mainly because even if it was on Xbox exclusive, it was the fact that they don't really have that Microsoft isn't licensing the operating system anymore for Xbox One, right? So that's why there's no more games coming to Xbox One. There's
there's games coming to the publishers are making games for Xbox One all the time. It's what's called the MT framework. It's a old network that framework that Capcom used for their fighting games back from the 360 days.
Yeah, 360.
That no longer Microsoft basically discontinued it.
Yeah,
they retired it. It doesn't exist now, and so but apparently this game doesn't use it now. If you look at the trailer for SVC, it says rollback network, which basically is the MT framework that they're referring to. But Special Nick there is saying that it doesn't use it. I think he's misinformed, but the point still stands here.
I think doesn't it use I thought it uses the SNK engine.
It might use the engine, but the framework for online play.
Yeah. The online play is probably
it's still probably the old MT framework. But I think the point that got me out of all of that is the fact that how can Microsoft be happy putting their games everywhere else on other platforms, rival platforms? Now I get the Sea of Thieves and the Hi-Fi Rush. They clearly knew that Hi-Fi Rush was going to be shut down anyway, so they probably put that on there to give it a last kind of attempt to save the company. No one on PlayStation bought the game either.
I thought it sold really well.
It didn't. It sold well on PC. Well, relatively well on PC, but not on PlayStation. And obviously, Grounded didn't really sell well. What's the other one? Chat, you know what the other one is? There was one more. There was one more game that they released. It's a really, really small indie game. I forgot its name. But they released those 4 games primarily because they told the FTC that they would, and the courts, that,
Pentiment.
Pentiment, that's the one. They told the courts during the FTC trial because James Weingarten actually wanted all ZeniMax games over at PlayStation. And Phil said that we'll be doing it on a case-by-case basis on games going there. They've always said that. And to uphold their promise, they basically ported a couple of ZeniMax games over. Sea of Thieves pissed a lot of people off, but I think that one, on the grand scale of things, is a multiplayer game. It's okay. It's not Halo.
It still did better than the Ubisoft game Skull and Bones.
Yep. So I think that's okay. But if they're going to continue to put games on their rival platforms, they need to start asking for things in return. And maybe Helldivers is part of that discussion, right? Maybe getting Helldivers on Xbox is part of that conversation. I don't know, right? We're not privy to that information. But surely someone inside Microsoft has to be sitting there going, we're being made a complete mockery. People are laughing at us, mocking us. Surely someone in there must be looking at this and going, we are a $1 trillion company and we are being thrown around like a ragdoll. Now, don't get me wrong, I still feel like once this court case is over, which it isn't over yet, but once it is over, we'll see maybe a different side to Microsoft. Maybe not. I think the longer it goes on, the deeper the hole gets, the harder it is to climb out. And their strategy is changing more and more, especially with the way that things are going. But I just can't help but think that someone at Microsoft must not be liking what's going on here, where it's just one-way traffic. I don't know. It just doesn't sound right. And Tyrone, I get people are saying Steam will land on Xbox, but the moment it does land on Xbox, Microsoft may as well close their Microsoft Store, right? Because what incentive do I have to buy a game on the Xbox Store as opposed to the Steam Store? And at that point, what's the differentiating factor between me just playing on PC and on a console? I get the, the, what's the word I'm looking for? Not elusiveness. Is it elusiveness? No.
And for those that think that, by the way, for those that think that when Steam does launch on at Microsoft, it does, I expect the Sony games to be pulled from the service.
Kitty's already
Or
filed a
not be
petition.
playable. Yeah. No, I expect Sony to pull their games from the store.
They won't buy Steam. I know people want them to, but that would kill Steam. So that's a bad idea. That would absolutely murder Steam. Steam isn't run by shareholders right now, and turning it into a shareholder-run company will remove all the benefits you have right now. Their return policy will change. Everything will change. It will turn into a much, much worse company. You don't want that.
And plus, Steam gets away. I hate to say it, but there's a lot of things that Steam does really badly that they get away with more just because they have such goodwill. Like, trust me, as soon as if they got bought out, that it would be really bad.
Just had to give a, applaud Sappho there. We definitely need more waifus. There's no waifus on Xbox. We need more. Zrogdal, I'm not saying the Microsoft Store on Windows. I'm saying the Microsoft Store on the console. Right? You've got a storefront on the console that is pretty much for Xbox. What incentive would I have to use that over the store that's on Steam?
Talking about stores, I'm going to completely off topic. With the Xbox 360 store being closed down, I think it was you that reposted a clip, or was it someone else, of them talking about it and how they're like, "Oh, you can buy it on the web store still." And my brain is like, "But
okay, so
but aren't those most aren't the things you can buy on the web store? Those are backwards compatible
with the Series
accepted
X
games. Yeah, it's not like it's the original store, right? It's just a specific amount of titles that is compatible with the Series S and X.
Correct. Also,
okay,
if you're on the 360, if you plug your disc in, the game will. If there's an update, the game will receive it. I was watching a video today. The store is gone, but if you do a search, which is now hidden, if you press the Y button on your controller, it does bring up the search. And if you search for the game that has DLC, the DLC is still on the servers and they are active. Now, if there's
I'm sure
videos
you can also probably
and themes,
download just stuff that you've already owned as well, right?
Apparently, stuff that
like,
you don't own as well.
Like, no, like I'm sure you see, like if you own something and you bought it, you haven't lost the rights to download it. It's just that nobody can buy it now.
Yes,
it's just that the actual purchase ability is gone.
Yeah,
Anything that you own is still there, and you still have the ability to download it. It's just that you
but
cannot now go and purchase it.
and like for example on Halo, where you've got the free map packs,
Yeah.
if you don't own them, you can still go in and download those. So if a game is offering you free DLC, they will still be there for you to go in and download. You just have to manually search for it to appear. It doesn't just auto appear. If you go through the game, you won't find it. There's no store, so you can't look for it. And they've hidden the search function. But if you actually press the Y button, you can still search. And if you search for the game's specific name, it will bring up all the DLC that's available, and you can download the free ones, whether you own it or not. So they're still there.
There we go.
Steam would get 30% cut, yeah. Well, no, it wouldn't work that way. It would be slightly different, right? Because the publisher would want their 70%. They're not going to say no. They're not going to sacrifice any more than they have to. They're making the game, for God's sake, so they're not going to want anything less than 70%. So Microsoft and Steam Valve are going to have to decide how they split that 30%. So I suspect Valve will probably take 15 or 20%, and Microsoft will take 10 to 15%. So Microsoft stands to lose anywhere between 15 and 20% of the revenue for each sold game.
Minimum.
I mean, that could easily go lower as well. I agree with Chille. So there's a lot of logistics here. It's not just black and white. But as a consumer, if Steam is on my Xbox, I have a Steam Deck. I'm going to buy it on Steam because I can play it on my Steam Deck now and play it on my Xbox. And it's going to be cross-save, so I can play with them interchangeably. I will probably never buy from the Microsoft Store again. And there are thousands of people like me, if not hundreds of thousands, right? So Microsoft stands to lose a lot of money doing it this way. But so it's not black and white. But again, those logistics are for Microsoft to deal with. Me as a consumer couldn't give a shit. But all I wanted to point out there that it's not as simple.
And you really shouldn't have to
What?
care.
I don't care. I mean, I see a lot of people caring about how many consoles sold for PlayStation and how much money Microsoft's making. That's all I care about, is the games coming out and me having a good time. And if I'm paying for a service, I want to return on that service. That's it. As a consumer, that's all I care about. But if we want to go one step further and look at stuff, if you're invested in that sort of thing, obviously, if they're not making money and if they're not making a return, they stop supporting it. And if they stop supporting it, then you as a consumer lose out. So that's where the grey area comes in, and that's where you might want to show a little bit of concern. What do you think of this one? Now, I don't like this learning law, dude. But what do you think of this statement that this Robert Brooks made about Saint 14? So a lot of people now are saying that Robert, as the narrative writer
I'm just going to be right back stream.
That's all right. Robert, as a narrative writer for Bungie, basically changed the law to make Saint 14 and Osiris romantically involved. What do you mean by that, Woodpit? Gabe has, I think, 32, 34% of the share. He had to give a huge portion of the share to his partner when they divorced in the marriage settlement. Not that he cares, he's still swimming in money. So Osiris basically wouldn't. Osiris and say 14. Don't get me wrong, I don't care personally, but they wouldn't have gone down the story route that they did as randomly becoming lovers if it wasn't changed by this dude. And so now this is people's next target for Bungie.
I mean, out of all the things, does that really matter that much?
No,
I know.
but they're going for them now.
Yeah. Also, didn't like one of the best sound designers also get fired? Like, I swear I saw someone like one of the better sound designers for Bungie also were part of the part of this.
I think so, yeah. This is savage. This was
Ooh.
okay.
Now, what quality sausage roll?
Metric and Imperial Aral sausage rolls are the official unit of measurement. 3 sausage rolls for the PS5, 2.5 for the Slim. Notice how they're measuring it with food and not games.
But remember, that sucks because remember you used to get 3 for £1.
You did, but
You used to get 3 sausage rolls for £1.
have a good night, gaming. This is brutal, right?
Yeah.
That is fucking brutal. Oh man, that is brutal.
Are they Woodhead sausage rolls? Are they Couplands? Are they Greg's? By the way, I should give my British card over because I have never tried a Greg's.
You've never tried a Greg's?
I've never tried Greg's.
You should go into Greg's. Greg's is so good.
The issue is the only Greg's is in town. And if I'm going into town, I'm going to go to Baxter's. Like, if anyone that doesn't know, Baxter's in my town is a roast meat. They do their roast meats. So you get like a roast meat baguette for like £6. So. Yeah, I've never tried Greg's.
I thought that roast was pretty good.
It's good. Also, really, any free sausage rolls, really. See,
Bullets even said, "Wow, Chille, just wow! Everyone's eating at Greg's, man. You got to do it at least once, man. Even if you're not gonna go and splash out at Greg's, which you should. I mean, it's just a Greg's, right? It's just a bakery. Just go and buy a sausage roll.
I'm gonna say that, but I'm gonna go to Wendy's on Saturday. I'm traveling to get a Wendy's on Saturday.
Yeah, you should stop by a Greg's and get a Greg's. Just get a sausage roll from Greg's. You won't regret it. Unless you do. There's always a chance. So according to middle-aged game guy, apparently it's over for Microsoft and Sony have got all the rights for GTA 6, and apparently they're going to knock off £200 for £200 off the PS5 when they're bundling it when GTA 6 comes out.
Sorry, that's the only response to any of this.
I mean, where a news channel described the width of a single washing machine has proved that.
Yeah, they do. They do have Wendy's in England. Like, spoilers. This is how stupid and crazy I am because I wanted to try Wendy's breakfast. The nearest one till now was like 4 hours away. So for my birthday this year, I booked a hotel so I could stay in the hotel so I could try Wendy's for breakfast. So.
Sandra's asking you a question. I don't know if anyone has asked.
Deadpool, sorry.
No, go on.
Deadpool and Wolverine was totally worth it. And then I spent all my money on a steakhouse afterwards.
Which he lavishly showed me in pictures and made me jealous.
Yeah, it was delicious. But yes, Deadpool was worth it, and I would love to do it again. I'm thinking about I'm thinking about going to see Borderlands.
Oh,
I hate the fact that I have to sound downed about that.
Don't. It's a video game adaptation. You don't get enough of them.
Yeah,
Hopefully
and
one day
it's
they'll do
also.
better.
I just don't like. I love Borderlands. I just don't like the director. I really don't like the guy.
Who's directing it again?
No, I just meant the person who made Borderlands. What's his face?
Tim Sweeney.
No, not him.
Then who's directing it?
I meant the Borderlands games, not the movie. I don't know who's directing it. Been directed by L. Roth.
Never heard of him.
He made. What did he? What? He made Hostel.
Hostel's interesting. Did you get the Wolverine popcorn bucket? I mean, I might go watch
It wasn't
Deadpool and
available.
Wolverine. I might go this weekend to watch it. On Saturday, it's my brother's 40th birthday, so we're going to be out there. But my kids want to go watch it, and so I'm going to take my two older ones, 16 and 18-year-old, to go watch it.
Yeah, because there's 15 in England, so.
Yeah, the two little ones are too young.
Randy Pitchford is the person I don't like. Character. He's a character. I
don't know, Jim. I haven't seen them. The movie isn't out yet, is it? Borderlands.
The Borderlands movie's not out yet. Borderlands is next month.
Yeah, let's listen to what these two are saying. Yeah. One day I'll have as many viewers as he does. Probably not.
Right now, Colt.
They pose it
I'll
like
tell
a
you right
problem.
now.
You tell me.
If presumably, and it's a pretty solid assumption, I should say, as I presume and I assume at the same time, that Sony will have the marketing rights for Grand Theft Auto, as they've had every Rockstar marketing rights since, my God, it's almost got to be almost it's about almost a decade and a half. Oh yeah, no, it's about 2 decades. What am I talking about? It's about 2 decades they've had the marketing rights for almost every Rockstar game that's come out.
Yeah.
So I don't see that changing. I'm sure they had that worked out ahead of time. So what's going to happen is when that Pro model comes out, they're going to put those base PS5s for half price. Guaranteed.
Can I just say, can I add?
You go watch. It's good.
Can I add? Sure, Sony can have the marketing rights for a decade and a half of Rockstar, but that's still no games because it's been over a decade and a half since the last game.
But also the base PS5 at half price?
No, it's not going to happen.
That's not going to happen. We do like explosions, Devastator. Sappho, this is all speculation. This is him, this is Mag basically saying it's guaranteed it's going to happen.
Going to be when it launches, let's say presumably it launches around
PlayStation will? You think they'll knock down
100%
to like
100%.
$300, $400? Or
100, I would say even less. You remember the PS4 $199 thing with the Spider-Man when it came out?
Yeah, but that was a
came out
Black
that fall.
Friday deal, and it was killer.
And Black Friday is going to be approximately let's say the game comes out presumably September. At the end of November, when it's Black Friday, which is going to be about 2.5 months after release, they're going to start releasing for the holiday season digital only PS5s for $200. Mark my words. Maybe 280, 270 because they're going to pack in GTA 6 with it and make a big deal out of it. They'll sell tens of millions of consoles and games.
What do you think, Chille?
I think that heavy discounts possible because you'll be getting into the late cycle of the console. But I don't think it has anything to do with. No, I don't think it's be half price. Maybe 300.
Even that is really. I mean, the console's at 500 now, right?
But I don't. I think it'll be timed well. But I don't think it's got anything to do with GTA.
But do you think Sony guaranteed have the rights for GTA? Do you think it's a slam dunk?
No, I think if anyone has it, it's Microsoft.
You think so?
Yeah.
Why?
Because Microsoft's that's why they've got no marketing budget, because they gave it all to the Rockstar. Like, no joke. I really feel like if anyone had
I can't fault
look
that
at the
logic.
fact that look at the GTA. Look at GTA 3. The DLC for GTA 3 was exclusive to not GTA 3, but GTA 4, right? The DLC for GTA 4 was exclusive to Xbox for a year. You've technically not really had any exclusivity to PlayStation for any Grand Theft Auto game that I can think of that isn't due to hardware limitations. Like, I know that some of the older GTA games were exclusive to PlayStation but went to PC. And I think GTA was actually pitched to Microsoft, right, before Microsoft turned it down.
GTA 3 was, yeah. They said they didn't feel like it was
GTA
going to be
3 was
successful.
pitched to Microsoft first. So, history tells me that if anyone has marketing rights, it'd be Microsoft. Just because you had GTA 3 pitched to Microsoft, you had the DLC that was exclusive to Microsoft. So if anything, I would expect Microsoft to have split. As I joked about the fact that they had no marketing budget because they gave it all to Rockstar. Like, I don't think Sony would have to get a loan to afford the rights to the marketing budget that you would need. But maybe that's why there's been no games, because all the Sony funding for first party titles has gone into funding 1 month of timed exclusivity to GTA marketing. Not even permanent. Just the budget for 2 AAA games will buy a month's worth of GTA exclusive marketing.
I mean, it said that the game cost $2 billion to make. It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Devastator. The game is supposed to come out in 2025, end of next year. But I personally think it's going to go 2026. And if it does go to 2026, I think it will go towards the end of the year. And if it's going towards the end of the year, you can bet your money that Microsoft is going to push as hard as they can to get that console that they're having, that whatever it's a hybrid or not, out by the end of 2026 to coincide with a GTA 6 launch. And that will pretty much be on that marketing box everywhere. So if the stars align and it goes that way...
GTA was PlayStation exclusive, but as I said, it's that was, I think that's mainly hardware limitations, and also Microsoft turned them down. So it was only exclusive because Microsoft said no. So yeah.
If you've heard of a term called the loss leader, certain things are worth taking a hit on, especially if you're a $1 trillion company, in order to propel your business. GTA 6 is one of those games that it's worth taking the hit to sell 20 million consoles. If you have the marketing rights for if Microsoft has the marketing rights for GTA 6, they will sell millions of consoles. Millions. Because they will be the face of the console. And Digital Foundry can go and do their 500,000% zoom on that rock all the fuck they want. It doesn't matter. Because once it's out in the public eye where, 98% of the public is, and not the 2% that's on social media watching Digital Foundry for their 900,000% zoom in on a rock to see which one has better textures, they're all going to be looking at the marketing and seeing, oh, this game is only available on Xbox. I'm going to go buy it on Xbox. It's part of the reason why Hogwarts sold way better on PlayStation. People didn't even know it existed on Xbox. The marketing, the way Sony marketed it was so good that it just looked like it wasn't available on anything else. And so Microsoft just needs to do the same. And with a big game like GTA 6, it's going to sell tens of millions of consoles.
By the way, we're saying consoles because, trust me, you are not going to get GTA 6 on PC at launch.
No, you're not.
They want people to double dip, and so you'll definitely get the PC version a year. I think is he talking about the yeah.
Oh, that Hogwarts Legacy was only available on PlayStation? No, that
Yeah.
was a common thing.
Yeah.
People didn't know because Microsoft couldn't market it at all.
Hell, anytime there's any sort of trailer, people ask if it's coming to another console if they don't put it in the actual trailer. Like,
you underestimate people, Jordan. You really shouldn't do that.
I don't even think it's stupidity.
No, it's not.
I just think it's ignorance of not knowing. They don't know, so how, and they don't know. They don't look into it because they just
Why
play
should
games. They don't care about where they came from.
Yeah, they don't.
So they just see that it's on PlayStation. They don't see it anything else. They think it's on PlayStation. Yeah.
Yeah, but the game was available on PC too.
Yeah. GTA 5, for example, exclusive mission to PlayStation. GTA 4 with its exclusive DLC for a year.
No, many
was
people,
worse.
Jordan, I've spoken to, they didn't know it was available on Xbox at all. I've spoken to a
By the
number of
way,
people that didn't know.
I looked at what he said quickly, and I read his jogwarts. I kind of merged the two together.
You're looking at the people on Twitter that knew. Twitter isn't the common people.
Yes, common people.
You know, they're not the normies, as I call them. The normies that make up, 95, 97, 98% of the console market of people that just go buy games to play games. They don't really look up anything. Those people just look at whatever's being advertised or go into a shop and see what's there. Posters and stuff make a big deal, especially here in London, where you've got advertising on the train stations, the underground. If you're advertising it only for PlayStation, then it's there. Steam is running on Windows and runs on Linux as well.
Yeah,
Tyrone. Well, what do you think of Flintlock? I've downloaded this game on Game Pass. I haven't had a chance to play it yet, but they're laying off everyone. Because the boycott was successful.
What Flintlock is.
It's supposed to be like a Souls-like game. It's another one in a long list of Souls-like games. But the boycott for this actually this time worked.
Oh wow.
Well,
hey, I'm not going to mention the actual
worked.
game. I can't remember. I'm not mentioning the actual game, but like we offered a review code for a game, and one of the descriptions was, "Do you remember Echo the Dolphin?" I'm like, "No, I'm out."
What do you mean? Wait, what? Echo the Dolphin was a legendary game. You was a dolphin in the ocean.
I couldn't beat the first level. That is no. That like do you remember Elk and the Dolphin? This is no. As soon as you mentioned Echo the Dolphin, I was like, I'm out. I'm out. Too many childhood cries. Oh.
But yeah, so apparently they had some SBI involvement, and it looks like that movement is growing, and now it looks like they've hit the point with this whole SBI thing, where it's gone from one extreme to the other completely now, and now it's starting to become, I guess, more widespread. More people are fighting back. And because of it, Flintlock lost all the staff are going.
That kind of sucks.
It does. Cancel Chille for Echo? I know, right?
Trust me, I should have been cancelled for a lot more things than that.
But yeah, I thought this was sad that they're losing it, but it primarily is because of SBI, and it just shows that more and more people are now starting to push back against it. All it takes is one game to fail, and that's it. It's bye bye.
But on
Final
the
slide
other hand,
before.
remember you got. Did
Go
you
on.
see the what you call it? The creator of Braid complained about the fact that nobody bought his remake of the game that he made.
No.
Yeah, he made a post saying the fact that like he was really annoyed that nobody was buying the Braid Anniversary Edition, and like not I'm not just like once, but like supposedly like every month he was complaining about it. Like every month since it released, he was like complaining that nobody was buying it.
It's weird. But EA is hit with 15% year-on-year revenue loss.
Oh,
Full
well.
games down 43% year-on-year. 84% of revenue is driven by live service, which was also down by 4.8%. So, you know, the Ultimate Football, the foot cards, and the FIFAs and the Maddens and whatnot, they're basically what's
I was going to
keeping the
say,
company
because
afloat.
I wouldn't be surprised. It wouldn't. It's one of the reasons why, because they lost the FIFA license, because they lost that, right?
Well, they gave it away, and now they're making more money.
Yeah.
They're actually making more money now without the FIFA license.
Oh well.
Because FIFA was charging them like I think it was $1 million or $2 million a year for the license, and then they wanted to double it, and so now they've saved on that money. They changed their name to FC 2024. FIFA thought that no one's going to buy the game. Everyone just continued buying it, and you want to know what's the best part? Everyone still calls it FIFA.
Well, yeah. Of course, people are going to call it FIFA. Look at Twitter. People still call that Twitter, and that's been bought out for how long?
I've actually almost started now calling it X for the most part. Only because at work everyone refers to it as X. So saying Twitter sounds really weird at work now. But yeah, so
But how long's that taken you?
a while. It's only been like maybe the last 3 months that I've started calling it X.
Yeah.
But I thought this was pretty revealing to show like how well Microsoft's own financials are actually doing, right? Because a lot of people are saying how Microsoft's financials are doing absolutely horrible, but they've seen a 61% rise in content services, a
which is what they care the most.
44% rise in gaming. And I know people use the thing, oh, but that's all propelled by ABK, right? And Microsoft themselves. So that's a good acquisition that they made, right?
Yeah.
It was a good business move to buy ABK. It doesn't matter where that money's coming from now. It's still it's still Microsoft revenue. I never get that. Like I get the straw man arguing, oh, but it's ABK, it's not Microsoft. No, well, who owns ABK?
Yeah.
So what difference does it make? I don't know. But that's amusing. Bungie gave Naughty Dog feedback that Naughty Dog found extremely helpful when making what was likely a very smart decision to not go in on a service game, Factions 2.
Boo.
Faction 2 would have been so good. So someone sent me a liar video by DCG saying that the dude's a liar. We can check this out as the final video for, well, the final thing for tonight. And see what.
Thank you for having me on, by the way.
You're welcome. Tim was coping and making that argument last week. But Tim's an idiot. I've never seen a man, a grown-ass man in his 50s or whatever, break down as much as that guy did over brand alliance. Right? I've never seen someone break down and have a literal breakdown because a random stranger, a random nobody, because he is a nobody, I'm a nobody, right?
Yeah, I'm a nobody.
Was not invited to a $1 trillion company's boardroom.
How dare they not invite us?
To listen to massive financial dictating decisions that they're going to make, or give him a heads up.
I demand an email before the meeting. Damn it! My 0.0001% of the company matters. No.
What's up, Gabriel?
I hope he seeks the therapy he needs, because I genuinely believe he does need therapy. I think he needs more than therapy, to be fair, because he's absolutely lost it. Because I actually believe that he does actually believe what he's spouting. He does believe it. I don't think it's an act. I don't think Tim is actually even of sound mind anymore. I think he's way lost the plot, and I actually feel sorry for him. I do, because to be this deeply affected by a company that doesn't even know you exist, it's pretty sad, right? Microsoft don't know I exist. Sony doesn't know I exist. Hell, they don't know half, 2/3 of
They don't even know their employees that exist, probably.
Yeah. They're just a number to them, right? All they care about is the financial numbers at the end of the month. Are they good or bad? And if they're not good, then they go to the guillotine. If they're great, then they don't go to the guillotine. And for someone like that to be that butthurt, it don't make sense to me. It don't. It really doesn't. But I wish him the best of luck, and I hope he recovers from whatever mental illness or ailment that he's going through, and he gets the help he needs, because he desperately needs it. But it is what it is. It's a really strange case with Pitt. He used to be of sound mind. I know and I'm not just saying this because it's gone to PlayStation. The dude has really lost it. He's fully lost it. I'm okay with people choosing to play wherever they want.
Yeah.
Like I said,
if you weren't okay with it, I wouldn't be allowed on your show again. I have been on multiple times, and I play on PlayStation.
You do.
If you really didn't care, you wouldn't let me on.
And it's why, when people come into my chat and, they are PlayStation centric, I actually like the fact that they're here. Because most of them aren't trolling or being an arsehat. You get the few that are, but the majority aren't. And they're actually putting counter arguments to what I'm saying. And I like that.
That's every community, though. That's no matter what you support, you're going to get some asshats.
No, but what I'm saying, the arshats I get rid of.
You don't get.
But I like the ones that turn up, they give counter arguments, they express their view. Even if they don't agree with you, they'll at least give a systematic view of theirs. And I appreciate that, right? I don't care where you play your games. Games are supposed to be fun. Games are supposed to be something that you enjoy, you immerse yourself in. And certain games like Stellar Blade, you master the art of playing with one hand. It's a real skill thing to actually do.
I mean, I had to get used to that last year when I broke my arm. My other
See?
one. I had to master one-handed game. Well, I started raiding with one hand. It was interesting.
And we don't. No one wants to know how he actually broke his arm. Well, it was his. Technically, it was his wrist. So the less we talk about that, the better, right? Chat? No one wants to know how he went from being able to.
I will tell my fun. I will say I did like. I don't know if the nurse got what I meant. I really hope because the nurse was like, "Oh my god, you broke that wrist." I'm like, "Yeah, it's my favorite one." And she's like, "Why?" I'm like, it's my favorite wrist." She's like, "Is it because it's your main hand?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure. That's what I meant."
See, it's too much Stellar Blade. That's all I'm saying. But games are supposed to be fun, and they're supposed to be enjoyable. And sure, some of them provide infuriating difficulty, but it's supposed to be a time where people get together and just have a good time and play games. And if it's multiplayer, great. If it's not, games are games. The way he completely flipped out, the way Peter Ovo flipped out, Warhammer Dave, it's weird. It's not natural.
This is why I could never do. I know I do a podcast, but this is why I could never do PlayStation-based videos because I couldn't react. I couldn't pretend to be like that. That's just not who I am. Like I like Sony. I enjoy it for what I do, but I understand that they've got major flaws, and I can't just be like a constant hype man for them. If there's nothing to be hyped about, I'm not gonna make it up.
Yep. Cygnus, I'm pretty much guaranteeing that it is not going to be on Game Pass.
Well, it's not going to be on Game Pass.
GTA 6.
GTA?
Having the marketing rights alone will be a big, big thing. And people will buy it in troves.
At best, at 100% the best, you'll get some online perks.
I can see that. Like the shock currency.
Yeah. At 100% the best, you're going to get something that will affect the GT Online. And even then,
Devin is back. Devin is back just in time.
Hey, Devin.
Oh, I avoided wearing the pirate suit this week. Well, today. In this heat. This is good. All right, let's see what he has to say. All right, chat. Me and Chille are going to react to this. If it's a good video, I'll upload it in a few days. I still need to upload the other one.
What's up, gamers? Dreamcast Guy here, and today we're talking about PlayStation and the state of Bungie, because the last 24 hours have been incredibly chaotic for a lot of Sony and PlayStation fans because of the mass layoffs. And I did a video yesterday kind of reacting to the news because I am just understandably upset. It feels like the gaming industry is in such a pathetic state. People are making games, some of them are selling great, but we're seeing mass firings, we're seeing more games come out rushed or broken, or sometimes just filled with microtransactions only to see them instantly get shut down. And I feel like my frustration is something a lot of us can feel. I can tell by the comment section and stuff that people are just as upset as I am, but this mess with Bungie, it's much more complicated. The last 24 hours, I think we realized that Bungie has been lying. They've been lying to PlayStation, they've been lying to fans, and they've even been lying to their own freaking employees. But let's discuss. Hi, hope you're having a great day, and if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. This is probably going to be a pretty long video because I have a lot to say. I've got a lot of slides and stuff to go through, and to be honest, I'm just frustrated because this just keeps happening. Everybody is just doing so much restructuring, so much firing, so much just talking about missed financial goals.
And this whole missed restructuring that they talk about is essentially just laying people off because A, they're finding out that they don't have the projects in, or B, they're realizing they just don't need that many people on board. They've overemployed, and now they're letting people go because they don't need it. There's no restructuring. Restructuring now is just a new term for we're laying people off.
Instead of just making
it's a
good.
nice term.
Yeah.
It's a nice term that makes people feel like, we've just restructured. That's it.
But essentially, they're just kicking people out. No. Your opinion.
We're just firing.
Jump in whenever you want.
Yeah.
Games. So yesterday when this got tweeted out, I initially said this sucks, for obvious reasons, but now we have a lot more of people calling specifically for a gutting of leadership. The head of the company itself, Pete Parsons, apparently this guy is a real gigantic piece of garbage. These people here are ex-employees. These are community managers. These are developers and stuff who have spent years and years of their life dedicated to the Bungie brand, and they've been blowing the whistle that apparently Sony's just been trying to get Bungie in line, and Bungie has been straight up lying. They claimed they're not going to do mass layoffs and just fire everybody, and that's exactly what they did. But actually, even...
So the one thing I'll add to that is this. They said that statement in 2022. 2 years is a long time. Now, I get something that you can say in 2022. I don't agree that you should be held to it. That just might be my opinion, and maybe I'm looking at things in a different way and through a different lens to everyone else. I don't know how you feel about this, Chille, but something that you said 2 years ago, with the way the business and the way the economy and the way the gaming industry has evolved, that's like a lifetime.
Yeah, 2 years is a long time.
And to hold someone accountable for something they said 2 years ago, I think is a bit harsh.
Yeah.
In their own statement, they've lied. So when they tweeted this out yesterday, it didn't have a community note, and now it does. This community note, which they show screenshotted here in a second, shows how misleading they're being representative. They said they were going to fire 17% of the workforce. It's actually 35% of the entire studio has now been gutted because...
And that's what I was saying. It was misrepresented. I said that at the start of the stream, that the 17% is technically correct because the 17% was laid off. But the other 18% was actually just removed from Bungie and brought into Sony.
Yeah, they've been restructured. They're not fired. They've got new positions in a different company, or the same position in a different company. Maybe they were a coder at Bungie and now they're a coder in Semantics. It's that they've still got their job, but they just don't have it in the same location, pretty much.
Woodpit, I agree.
Because they're also moving a bunch of people over to other projects, which means that for the people that got fired and the people that are now being absorbed into PlayStation Studios, it sounds like anything you could possibly hope about the future of Marathon or talks of Destiny 3. I think the company is about to either cease to exist or be completely absorbed into PlayStation. In fact, there are...
I mean, so far, everything he's saying, I've said in my video and I said today on stream.
Yeah. I hate the fact that we're all agreeing with him right now. I don't want
I know,
what universe
right?
I'm in.
It feels weird.
And I'm scared.
What is going on here, chat? Is this a rare win for DCG?
Is he... How it... You know what they say? A broken clock is right twice.
I know, but this still does feel weird that he at the moment... He's basically saying exactly what I'm saying. Except for the part where he said that they should be held responsible and accountable for something they said 2 years ago. That's stupid.
Yeah,
markets change.
I can't remember that. But like everything else so far has been on point.
We at least have one L so far. So
even that's a very small L. In
I
my
know,
opinion,
but I'm going to hold him to that.
Comparably to what he normally says.
Yeah.
So you know what? I will let him. I'll leave it then. Pass with that.
Let's see what else it says.
rumors, this has already happened. So the head of PlayStation is Herman Hulst. This is a guy who's worked at a bunch of different studios. He's done a lot of stuff. He's the main dude behind Horizon Zero Dawn and stuff like that. This dude definitely knows what he's doing. Well, the rumor is that he is running Bungie.
The fact that Zero Dawn was good, Forbidden West was not very good. So the fact that he ran Zero Dawn, and did he run Forbidden West? Because if he ran Forbidden West, then I'm worried. Because Forbidden West was not a good game. It was an average game.
Now, this comes from a lot of different sources. People like Jeff Grubb, a lot of journalists and stuff have chimed in that apparently Herman Hulst is stepping in to try and save Bungie from Bungie. And this is just outlandish to me. The fact that PlayStation acquired Bungie for billions of dollars, and they straight up said this is going to be a Sony studio. The way that Sony owns PlayStation, Sony runs PlayStation movies. There's Sony Movies, which is Sony Pictures. Sony makes phones and stuff like that. The idea was always the fact that Bungie would be autonomous. Bungie would be this separate individual that would make money on all different platforms. You would actually see the fact that they would have Destiny on PC, on Xbox, on PlayStation. They would have it everywhere they could possibly make extra cash as long as they kept hitting their financial goals that were set by Sony. So I think what's pretty obvious is that Bungie has been overpromising. I think there's a good bet about the fact that Bungie has claimed they would make way more than they actually did, and as they continue to fail to meet these financial expectations, they're getting absorbed.
Now, the only thing I have to ask here is, and this is again a Bungie fault. Those financial goals that Sony set, Bungie must have known that these goals were going to be really hard to hit, right? So did Pete Parsons just look at the checkbook that said $2.4 million you'll get right now if you agree to these terms? And he said, holy crap, $2.4 million? I gotta sign this right now! And then said, fuck the company. Or was
but only with that voice. He had to say it with that voice.
He had to, right?
And he needs a mustache. He had a mustache.
It needs the mustache, right? With this, maybe a sombrero or something, just for the finishing touch.
The sombrero is a bit too much, I think. But the mustache,
yeah. But I like a sombrero.
I like it, but no, I feel like he's got a twirly
mustache. Now I
want to
go buy a sombrero. Let's continue. But so far, he's
correct.
I know.
Getting pushed into PlayStation because they just don't know how to actually run themselves. And to me, I do think this sucks because I think that more than anything else, these firings are not just a clear sign of bad leadership. I think they're a sign about the fact that corporate greed in the entire gaming industry is getting ridiculous. It is getting so unmanageable. This is the CEO of Bungie, and he spent $2.3 million on classic cars after the acquisition, and this is ridiculous.
What has that got to do with anything?
Yeah, why is it? If I got 2.3 million, if I sold off at Moogle Go Around for 2.3 million, which by the way, there's no way we're worth even 2.3 pence, but still, let's just somehow I sold Moogle Go Around for 2.3 million. It doesn't matter if I go out and then spend 2.3 million on Charizard cards. Like I can spend that 2.3 million on anything I want. Like if I want to spend it on Charizard, Pokemon TCG cards, or Dragon Ball cards, or $2.43 million in Yorkie bars, I can do what the hell I want. It's my 2.3 million.
And I said this earlier as well in the stream, where once they've given him the money, it's his money. He can do what the hell he wants. Now, later on, if the company's in financial trouble, he can opt to cancel his bonus. He can opt to take a 20% pay cut. That's got nothing to do with the 2.3 million that he's been given. He can spend it on whatever the hell he likes. How he spends his money is his money, right?
Yeah.
He doesn't have to
Now
pour
I
it into the business.
2.3 million on Yorkies. Imagine buying 2.3 million Yorkie bars.
But you know, if you what would be interesting was if someone turned around and said, "Are you prepared to give up your bonus? Are you prepared to take a 20-25% pay cut in order to save these jobs?" And you know what happened in January when the staff turned around and asked them, the leadership, "Have you considered taking a pay cut?" And they said, "We don't do that here."
Yeah,
So they openly said, "We
no.
don't do that here." So that's bullshit, right? I get bringing that up because that's just nasty, right?
That is just toxic. That's just a toxic environment.
Yeah, it's an absolute toxic environment to work in. But what he does with his 2.3 million is entirely up to him. He could maybe he didn't buy if he didn't spend it on cars, he could have spent it on hookers or a house or whatever. It's entirely up to him.
Yeah, it's just 2.3 million.
IGN
Spend it on
reported
some
last fall that Bungie said, "Hey, are you going to take any pay cuts from the CEO or other people to try and manage the crisis?" And they said, "Nope, we're not that type of company."
There you go.
The CEO, the executives, the people at the top are refusing to do anything to actually help the employees. They fired 220 people yesterday. And I read their whole statement in a video, but I'll be honest, I hate the fact that they're like, "Oh, these people are so important. They're so vital." Oh, well, you know what, buddy? Maybe it would actually be worth just not buying as many classic cars if it actually meant you got to keep your employees.
But he's not taking that money from the company. That's his personal money.
That's his money. Yeah.
And something that Maxim said here, I'm going to bring it up so it's appearing. Bungie definitely has their own accountability to take. I 100% agree with this. But Sony is definitely doing something shady to Bungie in the background. I mean, they set targets, unrealistic targets, in my opinion, that Bungie were going to struggle to meet no matter what they did.
Well, we don't know. We don't know what the targets were.
No, but I think they did. I mean, that's just my opinion.
You think,
I think
you think they did, but we
we don't. No one knows for a fact.
Right now, we don't know. No,
right. But I think
you might think that, but we don't know.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine.
I just want to clear that up.
But I think they set unrealistic
until that
targets,
comes out, we don't
and
know.
they kind of glossed that over with a 2.3 million paycheck, and said, "These are the targets we want you to hit, but we're also going to give you a signing on fee of 2.3 million. How does that sound?" And my guess is Pete just turned around and goes, "That 2.3 million does look really damn good." Then looked at the sales targets and said, "That 2.3 million looks really damn good. I'm going to take the $2.3 million. I mean, that's a lot of money for you to turn away. Right? And I maybe he believed that at the time, Bungie could actually make those sales forecasts. Maybe he genuinely believed it with the advertising power of Sony, the pushing power of Sony to actually do it. Maybe that's what they genuinely believed they could do. But Lightfall hurt them a lot, and that was a very, very bad expansion. It made them they made a lot of sales, but it hurt them overall as they lost a lot of players because of Lightfall. And that was a massive mistake. But there isn't a part of me that doesn't think or is not, convinced that the end game for Sony was always this. Right? Everything that they've been doing over the past year or two has led up to this moment. This was their end game. This was where they wanted to be, and they wanted to control Bungie. Maybe because they could see that, Pete and team can't do the job. Whatever the reason is, I don't know. We will never know. But for me, you don't spend $3.6 billion and then turn around and tell the company you are fully independent, go do what you want.
I agree and disagree. I agree that I don't think Sony wanted to 100% completely control the company. I think they wanted them so that they could then have them help with other games of service titles they were working on. I think that was the whole reason for buying Bungie more than actually owning the company. They wanted the talent, but obviously they didn't get the talent they were expecting to get.
And that's why they kind of left the way in to just take over.
Yeah.
Because they've been replacing the board members one by one over the past couple of years. And so this wasn't something that was just done now. This was something that was systematically planned and pushed for a while. This has been in the works. Sony played the long game and waited for Bungie to fail on their own in a way so they don't look bad, but gives them the opening to just move in and say, right, checkmate. It's ours. I mean, don't forget, like I said, Activision at the time, when they were with Bungie, there was a clause in the contract, I've read it, that basically said that if Bungie failed to deliver, the Destiny IP will belong to Activision. Can you believe that, Chille?
Yeah, I could believe it.
They actually made that clause.
And he agreed to it. He agreed to it, by the way.
He agreed to it, yeah. Pete Parsons agreed to that. And when they failed to deliver, things got really out of hand. And Activision could have taken the Destiny IP. But instead, out of the goodness or whatever it is, say it however you want, they decided that they agreed with Bungie and they gave them a 6-month extension where they were able to deliver the game, the expansion, because they couldn't deliver it on time. But he made that decision, Pete Parsons. He offered the Destiny IP to Activision as collateral if they fail to hit the target. Never forget that. Hey, Steve.
This is so insane to me because more than anything else, this is going to screw PlayStation. It's going to screw Bungie. It's going to end this because there has been an experiment done by Nintendo where they have done their absolute best to not fire people. Oh,
Chille, this is your favorite part.
It's
coming, Chille. Your favorite part.
This guy is slightly misquoting here. When the Wii U completely bombed, this is like 10 years past at this point, the CEO, Satoru Iwata, the head of Nintendo, took a 50% salary cut to make sure he didn't fire anybody. And you know what? It was a huge success. It was
because he had to. Because he legally had to. Because it's not like North America and Europe where you can just fire people. In Japan, they have better rights, so they either have the employees either have to quit themselves, or the CEO had to take a pay cut. There was no. Yeah, sure, some of the staff could have quit, and they would, but no, it was just a great publicity stunt. And so, yeah, at least if I am correct, anyway, I could be 100% wrong, but from what I've heard and what I've known, that is one of the reasons why he took the cut.
You happy you got that off your chest?
Yes, thank you. He just didn't do it off the back of. He didn't. He didn't do it because he cares. Well, he probably did it a little bit because he cares, but not as much as people seem to think he does.
Only a little, Steve.
Sorry. Iwata made sure they made the Nintendo Switch. It was a gigantic bounce back, and I feel like stuff like this completely sticks in a lot of people's mind because this is what good leadership is about. I'm obsessed with Iwata. A lot of people are. He wrote a very good book. It's like all these little stories and vignettes about how he makes games and his philosophy and stuff like that. And something he talked about the fact is that Nintendo invests in the future via developers by making people feel safe and secure and trusted and happy. You're going to have more legacy talents. If the guy that's making your game, like Pokemon or something like that, has their generations and generations, he's there able to train his replacements, to get extra team members, to show them tricks and art and ideas so they can all grow and evolve. It makes the games better.
I've just noticed that my camera stopped working. Can everyone hear me? Hello? Chille? Can anyone hear me? Oh no. Alright, if you can hear me, then I'm gonna continue playing this. And it looks like my camera's frozen. My whole webpage is frozen. Alright, I'm gonna continue playing.
It makes the games cheaper because your people are better at quicker at learning the engine and stuff like that. And more than that, it makes the people that actually work there want to stick around. I despise the fact that so many of these companies now are like, okay, this guy deserves to have $18 billion, but everybody else, sorry, you got to take a hike because you're not hitting our made up imaginary freaking financial goals. This greedy jerk said the exact same thing about the layoffs they did 9 months ago, and he's saying it again today. Bro just cares about money and continues to prove he has zero regard for his well-being of employees. F. Pete Parsons. This is something I honestly did not know about, but it is wild that this dude pretty much posts the exact same thing. I have read a lot of these. We're so sorry to be firing you. I have made just too many videos about mass layoffs. At Xbox, I do think Xbox is going to be closing more studios in the future, and I'm...
How did he turn this into an Xbox video? I'm so confused. How did he turn this into an Xbox video? Let me see if I can fix this real quick. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
I can now. Okay, let me add that back up. Because apparently
I thought you kicked me for being a pony. You're like,
no.
finally, I got sick of it.
But how did he make this into an Xbox video? Like how? How did he turn this into an Xbox hate video out of nowhere? I can't believe
Well, he has to find a way. That's how he is.
I'm sad that we're going to have to read those closing statements as well, but I hate the fact that they're always like, we're so sorry. These cut and paste things are so ridiculous. And the fact that this man is buying God, look at all the cars this guy bought from one auction site. $2.3 million of cars.
Back to that!
My point...
So what if he bought cars? I still don't get it.
Here's the fact that I am getting continually aggravated about the fact that video games feel like they're getting worse and nobody is winning. Employees aren't getting paid more. It's not like we're getting more games for it. It's not like we're getting more passion, more creativity. There was a thing a couple years ago, which was the indie boom. I started my YouTube channel. I started really blowing up on YouTube like a decade ago at this point. You know, I started making videos. I quit my job in 2016. I've been doing this full time now for 8 years. And there was almost this kind of philosophy that
The dream of being able to do this full time. I can only we can only dream, chat. We can only dream.
Yeah, I would love that.
If there's one win that we have to give him, at least he's made it. The rest of us, we're still trying.
The big corporations would play it safe. They would make the games that, printed money. Call of Duty and Fortnite, the stuff like that that's going to be easy, monetizable, and mainstream. Whereas the indie scene, they were the people that pushed innovation, like seeing stuff like Hades that kind of pushed roguelikes to more of a mainstream appeal, or Slay the Spire, which made card games extra popular. Like, I'm just throwing out random examples, or games like Celeste that brought back pixel platformers. There's a million examples of this, but the philosophy for a long time was that, okay, indie pushes innovation, and then once it's safe, corporate will make a big AAA version of that. We'd see more games actually be dangerous and experimental now that these trends are established. And I think I'm annoyed about the fact that, if anything, corporations are getting bigger, games are getting worse, and if anything, leadership is just getting even more stupid. How do these people think they're going to get away with it? How do these people actually think that gamers care about this kind of stuff? If this dude took a pay cut, if this dude maybe bought 10 less classic cars, how much more money would Bungie make in the future?
None. None. They would have no more extra money.
No extra money. That is his money.
It's his. If I don't have fish and chips tomorrow, that doesn't mean Moogle go around is going to get an extra £10. It's
evil,
my money.
Twisted person, not investing back into your company. No, I'm just kidding. But you're 100% right. Once they've paid him, look. Once where I'm working at the moment pays me my monthly salary. That's my money. I can do what I want with it. I don't have to reinvest it back into the company. The company is its own entity. It's supposed to run itself, but the leadership could take a pay cut, which will then be reflected in the finances. They could skip on their bonus, which would then be reflected in the finances. But once you've been paid $2.3 million as a signing on fee, that's your money. Yeah. I don't get the fact that everyone is fixated on this $2.3 million. It's a lot of money, don't get me wrong.
I'm not saying that, but it's a lot of his money. It's nobody else's money. It's his money.
I just don't get it. Like, there's a lot of things that he's done that he can be blamed for. There's a lot of things that he could have done that he could be blamed for. But the one thing that he can't be blamed for is the one thing everyone is focusing on to blame him. This is stupid.
Actually consider
now, if it was 2.4 million as a bonus, maybe
that'd be different. That'd be different.
This is not a bonus. This is just signing. This is the payment he got from signing the deal.
Yeah. Here's some unrealistic terms for you to meet, but there's a 2.4 million sign-on fee, and it was like, give me that money.
He agreed to it.
Yeah. And that's where the buck drops, right? No matter what people say about Sony in this situation, where they are systematically dismantling Bungie at the moment, he agreed to it. Just like he agreed to give up the Destiny IP to Activision if they failed to meet their deadline, he agreed to it. And the biggest thing that I don't understand right now is why Sony is keeping him around. Someone that callous, volatile, and dangerous to an organization, they should get rid of him at the first opportune moment. I wouldn't want someone like that in running my company or working alongside me.
No,
that's crazy.
He's got a track record of it.
Yeah.
It's not like it's the first time. You can clearly see that he has done this multiple times.
I mean, let's be realistic. How many people would actually... if Don Matrick came to work for you, how many people would take him on? I mean, the dude sank every company that he went in, and yet he still manages to find a job. That black book that Don Matrick has must be amazing. It's like he goes to an interview and goes, I'd like a job, and they're like, dude, you're Don Matrick. And he goes, can you just look at this black book? They look at it and go, where did you get these photos from? You start on Monday. You start on Monday, Don. Welcome to the team. Don Matrick is the one, Devin, that said if you don't have internet capabilities, there's always this 360 for you to play offline.
Yeah.
When the Xbox One was being unveiled as always online.
Bungie getting absorbed into PlayStation, I don't think that's the worst thing ever. I do see a lot of like PlayStation fanboys saying this is very good news. They're saying the fact that, okay, Herman Hulst definitely objectively kicks ass. Herman Hulst definitely knows what he's doing when it comes to game design, to marketing, to profitability. Like,
you disagree?
Does he?
I
disagree.
He did Horizon.
Great.
Yay.
Then yay. I'm looking at some of the games he did. I guess he helped with Stellar Blade, so there's that.
He didn't have any involvement in Stellar Blade.
He's taking credit for it.
A lot of people take credit for stuff. In the games industry, one thing you have to know is that a third of the people on that credits list didn't touch the game.
Well, yeah, they were at one point of the 2 years of it being made, they were in the room in the corner somewhere.
Yeah, basically, or they were asked a question, and that's it. In fact, I know people when I was working in the industry, when I was working over at Sega, people that were put onto the credits list who literally were put on there just by virtue of their position and had literally nothing to do with the project. But the QA staff that were actually working on it weren't actually put on there.
Oh, wow.
But this happens across the whole industry.
I'm not shocked.
So just because his name is on there doesn't mean he had any involvement. It just means that he was on top of the food chain for Sony. So by default, his name appears there.
Suppose there was a weird noise coming from me. Sorry, I don't know what that was, Steve, then, I guess.
Herman Hulst is definitely a genius. I'm not trying to undercut that, but it is weird about the fact that Herman Hulst just got handed Bungie. Like, truly consider that. He didn't plan on running this. This guy...
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Anyone that believes that this was not the end game is delusional. This was Sony's end game through and through. There is no way that anyone could be that stupid to believe that this was not the end game. This was always the end game. I don't know. What's your thoughts on this, Chille?
I'm not sure if it was the end game. I think it was a possibility, but I really do feel like they got them for the talents of what I expect, for their online talents more than anything. So that's just me. I still feel like they didn't really want to take them over. They just wanted them to help them guide them with their other games of service titles.
Sony were not happy with Bungie when they said all our games are going to be multi-platform and on Xbox.
Well, yeah, then there.
Right? And if this wasn't their end game, if this wasn't their end game, why would they take another 155 from Bungie and integrate it into Sony SIE with other parts of the studio, and then take another 75 and create a new studio to take the IP away from Bungie to make it PlayStation exclusive?
As I was saying, as I said, they were planning to have it so that they would help with online titles. That's exactly what they did by pulling those 150 out.
So Steve says they 100%, 1000% wanted to dismantle.
Yeah.
Guys trying to run a billion other things, and now they're just saying, okay, now that Bungie is completely messed up, we've gutted the company, we're trying to finish a bunch of projects that other people who also got laid off originally started. Now you finish it.
I mean, I'm just going to put this out there. Do you think it was an accident that the dude left Microsoft to go join Nokia, destroyed Nokia, and then came back to Microsoft? He went there. He lowered He made Nokia shares crash. Microsoft bought Nokia or the Lumia thing to turn it into Windows Phone, and then the dude that was there ended up coming back working for Microsoft. Do you think that was just not planned? That whole shit was orchestrated to perfection. This is exactly the same thing.
I mean, you could also, in some ways, say that Phil Harrison was a plant as well in all the different companies that he's been on after Sony. Like, yeah, remember when Phil Harrison used to be part of Sony and PlayStation did really well, and then he left them, and then he joined Atari, and then Atari died, and then he joined Gaikai, and then Gaikai died, and then he joined Microsoft, and then that was at the period that Microsoft started dying. So
yeah, he's the
and then he
Don
joined
Metric of
Google
PlayStation.
then he joined Google, and then he helped with Stadia, and then Stadia.
I mean, Phil Harrison's
he was the
another
product
one, right?
manager for Stadia.
That guy is
Like
a walking
Phil Harrison
train wreck.
is a plant for Sony. That anything that he joins just dies.
Pretty much.
I almost feel like we're hitting this point where everybody is so obsessed about the next quarter, they're forgetting to actually make games good. I've talked about this in the past pretty in depth. I've made multiple videos now about this chart. It goes around all the time, but it's about the fact that this is the release of Rockstar games. Back in the day, we got Grand Theft Auto London, Smuggler's Run, Wild Metal. But over time, as games got more difficult to create, as developer costs increased, and the importance of graphics managed to completely go through the roof, and then the rise of just always online games as a service projects like GTA Online, the release window has dried up because it's no longer about art, it's no longer about making cool games, it's not even really about fun, it's just about profitability for the next quarter. This is what sucks.
Okay, now I can be I'm gonna add to this. I could be completely wrong about this, so please jump in if I'm wrong. But a lot of the times, the reason why we got so many games it was yearly was not just because, like, especially when it comes to GTA, because a lot of that is based off previous engine code and graphics that they already had made that they could then release yearly because it was either content that was cut before the original release of the full game or it's stuff they were working on. Like, a lot of the yearly sequels would be easily sold as DLC rather than actual full price titles because that's kind of how it would work. And as he was talking about with GTA Online, like, I would tell you now, my guess is if GTA Online hadn't been the massive success that it was, that we would have got GTA 6 much, much, much earlier than we were. One of the reasons that there was no point releasing GTA 6 when you're already printing money with GTA 5. You're not going to ruin that print machine. Like, am I wrong about that?
You're right to a certain degree. The only thing I will add is that games were just easier to churn out back in the day. They didn't require all the advancements that we have now. It was just but at the same time, if you're looking at that timeline from 1998 all the way up until 2006, these studios were produced, and this isn't just Rockstar, we're talking all studios. They were producing 2-3 games a year easy. Somewhere along the line, that changed. And you can see that it pretty much started to happen after 2011.
PS3.
Yeah. Now, in regards to the DLC, you can see that in 1998, they released Grand Theft Auto. 99, they released Grand Theft Auto London. That would be the DLC. But further down, you'll see GTA 2, which was a full sequel. So London would have, even though London came out as a standalone game, that would, in today's standard, be a DLC. But these games are still coming out.
I thought you needed didn't you need the original game for London?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. It's been too long.
I swear you needed I thought they even if I'm right, GTA London, it was even advertised as an expansion disc.
But even look at that.
When it was first
GTA 3. I think that's GTA 3 or is that GTA 4? I think that's GTA 3 in 2022.
Yeah,
And,
that's GTA 3.
And then you got the next GTA in 2004. So it's 2 years in between them. And you've got another GTA, I think that's Wars in 2003. So
that was a but to be, I don't know if that should count because that was a DS spin-off game.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that they are still releasing games.
Yeah.
Right? You've got Grand Theft Auto in 2002, in 2003, in 2004, in 2005, in 2006. So you had a Grand Theft even in 2008. They missed 2007. So whether these are like DLCs, you had it in 2009. Games were coming out quite frequently. Even if they were using the same engine, they were still coming out at a relatively fast pace. And they were enjoyable. There were games that you enjoyed. While they were making Grand Theft Auto, they were also making Bully, which was a cult favorite. You got Red Dead Redemption. You got Manhunt. Right? So these are good games. Condemned. I think that's Condemned with the I. No, that's a Sega game. So I don't know what that I one is. But the point is, games were coming out a lot sooner. So this whole thing, like I was talking about on Twitter with the whole generational games, when games are taking 10 years now to make, they're not even coming out on the generation they get announced on.
Yeah. If a game gets announced today, it's going to be a PS6 title. Like if Sony comes out and announces a game now, there's a huge chance it's next gen.
I mean, even if they announce it when the console launches, there's a huge chance it's going to come out for the PS6 or for the next Xbox. It doesn't matter. And that's the problem with the gaming industry right now. They need to go back to this cadence when you had multiple games per year from these developers that were pumping out games that were fun and good to play. They don't need all this photorealistic stuff that's about. Half the shit that I play today are pretty much cel-shaded anyway. I do enjoy my photorealistic games every now and then, and those are the games that they can put some bit of time aside, but there's no more, it takes too long. So then you have a console that gets released, and you get like, what, 3 games for it? 4? I mean, you're going to only get 1 game from Naughty Dog, and you're only going to get 1 game from 343. I mean, this whole Xbox generation, you only had 1 Halo game. 1. The next one is pretty much... The next one is looking to be the next console. You go back a few years, you had multiple Halos coming out yearly. Even if they were side stories like ODST.
To be fair though, that is also down to Microsoft marketed it as the only Halo game for this generation.
Even if they did, it doesn't matter. They were never going to make another one anyway.
Yeah, I'm just saying the fact that that was their whole spiel, was the fact that Infinite was
supposed to be a 10-year game.
One game that was going to last a whole generation, and it was going to be updated, and you were going to get cool new features and stuff like that, included Infinite.
But internally, that was never the case.
Yeah,
they never even planned for DLC internally. It was always just this one and done. There was no plans to ever make a DLC internally. Like, how they manage that is another story. But the point is, no matter how you look at it, having 1 game a generation is just not enough. Like, imagine if you started playing a game now and then they said, right, the sequel's going to come in 10 years' time. I mean, just look at the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Started on PS4, and the next one is going to be on the PS6. How many years?
PS6.
I don't see the final game, the third game, being on PS5.
It will. It'll be on PS5, but there will be a PS6 type version.
I don't know. I don't see it.
That
dude takes too long to make games. He's still making Kingdom Hearts 4. How long has Kingdom Hearts 4 been in the works?
I don't think it's that long, right?
It's been forever, man. Come on. I fathered 4 kids, and he's still making it.
No, but it was only announced what?
Announced is different.
Yeah, it was announced in 2024.
Announced
No,
is
when
different.
was it announced?
They had a trailer and everything. That game has been in the pipeline for years. Well before then.
No, it hasn't been.
Trust
But
me.
Kingdom Hearts is. I really don't feel like a good idea to talk about Kingdom Hearts when it comes to that because
Like, you know the Sonic Werewolf game?
Sonic Unleashed.
Yeah. I knew about that 2 to 3 years before it came out.
Yeah. Well, 2020 was the official announcement of Kingdom Hearts 4.
Let's go, Star Citizen. So I suspect that Kingdom Hearts was, and they did a trailer for it, right? In 2024 with that Sora one driving in a city,
Yeah.
if I remember. So that had already probably been in the works for a couple of years before that. Even if it's just through the concepting.
2020 was when they started it. 2020 is when they started promoting it.
Right. So if they're started in
let's just say
2018. 2018 is the thing. So it's been 6 years. And we're no closer for that game coming out. I'd say it's at least another 2-3 years away.
I know. I think they're going to try and drop it. Okay. I don't think it will, but I think internally they will aim for 2025. Now, aiming and releasing it is another question, but I do feel like 2025 will be their target.
But Star Citizen's okay though, right? Because that clearly came out already and it's done with.
Yeah, Star Citizen. It's one of the greatest $1 trillion games of all time.
See. But yeah, I just think games need to just hurry up. They need to be faster, and if they need to use tools to make it happen, so be it.
But no, Pharisee 7 2026 is my guess.
We shall see.
Games a year now to one game every 10 years.
I don't know. I don't know how much. Devin,
I don't
know how much Star Citizen's actually made. Sorry, Devin said trillion. I don't know how much. It's
a lot of money.
That was just a random number out my ass. I'm sorry.
Every time they need every time they want to get a cash injection, they do a free play period where they put a bunch of ships for sale as well, so you can go in and try all the ships, and they make about 300-400 million every time, and they do those 2-3 times a year. So, yeah.
Have a major
final part 1 2020, part 2 2024. But that's only because they had to move the engine over. That was their issue. They had to move the engine over from the PS4 to PS5, and they were swapping. They said that they've already started working on part 3. That's actually the reason why there was actually DLC for part 1 was because they decided that because they were moving everything over, they had to have a separate team working on the DLC
unless you had the PS Plus version. Your version was even more unique. You just couldn't do anything with it. That was a brick.
Yeah. Thanks, Plus.
Thesis of this. I think this guy sucks. I think that Bungie is a bunch of liars at the top. I think the management is completely an absolute mess at this point. And I don't think there is an easy solution. I think that this is just a mess from top to bottom. And I'm frustrated about it because I think this is a sign of the times. When people say video games used to be better back in the day, I try to push back. I try to say that's not necessarily true. We had a bunch of garbage shovelware.
I think games were more fun back in the day. They were a lot more simpler.
I agree and disagree.
And I feel like gaming back then was. I mean, show me games today that can rival the likes of, say, Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter, Metal Gear Solid, Splinter Cell.
Yeah. But I agree that they were more fun, but I disagree when people say that they weren't as buggy as now. Like, people say that games back then weren't buggy or that they were better.
I'm not saying they weren't
there were
buggy.
no patches.
I'm not saying
no,
you're
not. I'm just saying that overall, that's why I can't agree and completely agree with them being better back in the day. I agree that they could be more fun.
Uncharted.
I disagree with when people come at me and say that games are buggier, more buggy now than they were back then. No, they were still broken, just broken as they were now. It's just that games are bigger now.
And that Fallout 76 wants to have a word with you.
Hey, I bought that day one, so don't worry. I know. I bought
But-
Fallout 76 day one. So
When I'm playing a bunch of PS1 games, when I'm just sitting down vibing at the end of the day, playing my PlayStation Classic with a little tiny PS1 controller on my TV.
Oh my god, that controller. Holy shite.
that controller is, oh my god, that's the original.
That's the
real
original PlayStation 1 controller before DualShock got introduced.
Yeah. I remember there was one
my
before
God.
DualShock as well. There was one between the two.
Devin says, I'm a
You remember
simple man. I just want Driver 3 remastered. Maybe one day, dude. Maybe one day.
Look, I'm just happy that we might be getting a Legacy of Kain remaster. That's all I care about. That's the greatest time.
Simpsons
That's
Hit
the
and
greatest
Run.
news of all time.
Ah, see, at least Talos
Oh.
agrees with me. But yeah, that's
Simpsons
the
Hit and Run was
old
great.
PS1 controller, man. Holy shit!
Yeah.
You know, in storage at the moment, when I finally get all my stuff back, I'll take a picture and post it on Discord and social media. But I've actually got the Ridge Racer wheel that they had.
Oh wow!
The one that you hold and you turn around with your. It had like the round thing. I've actually got that.
You also had that weird controller, right? The Joy. I want to call it Joy-Con, but I don't think it was called that because that's the.
I
Remember
think I know what
the
you're talking
weird,
about.
the weird like controller that split in the middle sort of thing. I'm not talking like the Nintendo
Yeah.
one. Like
Yeah.
yeah.
God, Tenchu was so good.
Tenchu was great.
We need another Tenchu.
Oh, and also great choice, Pharmacy 7.
It's hard
These
not to
guys
feel
are sick.
like
Sorry, these guys are sick.
we have lost something in our constant pursuit of profitability. And I don't know if we can get that back. All right, I'm being bleak. I love
No,
you
we
guys a
can't.
bunch. Please like this video.
That's it. So what do you think, Chille, overall?
Overall, I hate the fact that I agree with most of what he says.
This wasn't the L video I was expecting it to be. He actually had... I mean, there was a bunch of stuff in there that I think was an L.
Yeah. But
overall, I he's pretty much saying what we all feel.
But to be fair, the ones that were L, I count that as like everyone has their own opinion. That's why I like that's why I come to your streams, because although I don't agree with 100% what you say, I enjoy what you say. And for once, I don't hate what he said.
Wait. Rewind. You don't agree with everything I say?
No, I don't. Of course,
This
I
is
don't.
news to
And
me
you
now.
don't-
Chat, what are we going to do
you
with this
don't-
pony? I mean,
you
he's
don't
now
agree
showing
with
his true
whatever-
colours.
I mean, you don't agree with 100% what I say, right?
Exactly, because you're a pony.
There you go. See?
But as a pony, you're supposed to agree with everything I say. This is how it works, right, chat?
Ah. Nay. But no,
well, chat.
yeah.
Now go on.
No, that's all I'm going to say. Really, like, there's not much more I can add to that.
For
Except for
Jim.
like and subscribe, and write Chille is a pony down below if you've been watching this video.
But Chille, thank you so much for joining me today. We're at the end of the stream.
No worries,
Feel
thank
free
you
to
for having
plug
me.
your stuff in, your channels, your social media, and where they can find you.
There's that noise again. Is he just? I thought there was actually.
No, he's
Steve,
talking
I
about
thought
you.
there was
Mating.
Okay. You made me worry. I thought maybe there was some technical. I looked into my microphone settings just to make sure there wasn't actually technical problems going behind the scenes. Like, you made me think that I was actually breaking up. Look, when you've been in this as long as I have, like, as soon as I'm like, because I'm muted and unmuted the mic, I instantly thought, oh God, did something go wrong? Did I knock a wire?
Edward, you need to get
No.
that shower.
Normally, I took tonight off because I wasn't feeling great. Thank you for cheering me up, because I don't know. Are you ever a day where you're just feeling not yourself? So I took tonight off stream because normally I stream. But thank you so much. And by the way, thank you, Punisher, for giving us a follow over on Twitch.tv Radio. I saw you pop up. So, but no, you've cheered me up. I am feeling much better now. Even if we, thank you so much, and thank you, and go check out Twitch.tv Radio. Also, remember to go check out Soundbites, my eating podcast. where I eat snacks with flatters from MMO Respec. And I guess, yeah, also make YouTube stuff. But yeah, thank you to the community for always welcoming me. I always feel welcomed. So thank you to everyone in chat for cheering me on. Seriously, it means a lot that you guys enjoy what I say. And I enjoy saying it. So thank you all for everything. We may not have the same agreement, same thoughts, but I still respect everyone's opinion in chat. So thank you, everyone, and thank you, Chaos, for always showing me love.
You're welcome, dude. We'll turn you into an expert one day.
No, you won't.
The process has already started.
Look, I've always supported competition, and I will always promote Microsoft if it means we get good.
Hopefully by Christmas we are going to make you buy an Xbox, right, chat?
Yeah. Yeah, I will have to buy an. And I've already said that if Gears of War comes out, if they announce a new Gears of War, and it's good, I will buy an Xbox for that. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, Steve, if it's good.
I didn't like the last Gears.
Shots fired. Oh, damn.
I'm sorry, but the last Gears wasn't that good.
Oh, damn.
I'm not saying I didn't. In none of that sentences did I say it was bad. But comparably to previous,
but you said it wasn't good.
Wasn't that good? That is part of the sentence. But compared to previous Gears of War, I was going to say God of War. Compared to previous Gears of War, it was not as good as Gears of War 1 to 3 or Judgment. You got to agree with me there, right?
I think 5 was weak.
The recent Gears of War worse than previous Gears of War titles.
Yeah. I think 5 was weaker. They played it too safe.
That's what I've said. Like Gears of War 1 and 3 classics, amazing games. 5, a good game, and worth playing on Game Pass, which you should subscribe to.
But you also said like Dom being removed was like a good thing, right?
I don't know. I don't think I ever said that.
But that should be enough to trigger Steve. All right,
but Dom's coming back, right, in the next Gears, right? So
well, it's a prequel.
Yeah, I mean technically he's still coming back though.
Oh yeah, but he's not coming back.
I thought you for a second said. I thought you said for a second it's before eBay. I'm like, wait, what?
I mean, eBay is always a thing.
eBay is when the bugs arrive, right? When the locusts. They're called the locusts, right?
Mm-hmm.
See? Look, see? I'm a Sony fanboy, but I know my words.
Yep, he's on Wikipedia right now.
No, I'm running up and down some stairs on Fantasy 14. I'm not going to lie.
Running up and down some stairs.
Because I'm paying more attention to this and not really the game.
Fair. But chat, that's it. Thank you, Chille, for joining me. Steve, I'll be in Discord to help you out with that thing if you've got time. I know I said I was going to do it the other day. I've been really busy. If you've got some time, jump into Discord lobby and I'll help you out there. But otherwise, thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out tonight. It's been awesome. I've had a really good time. And we've gone through quite a bit talking about the whole Bungie layoff. There's been a lot of things to go through. We did cover quite a bit of good news for Xbox at the start of the video. I'm going to turn that in.
I mean, yay.
Wait. Right, time to eject this pony from here.
And on that note, still.
But I'll turn that into a video and publish that because some of you would have missed it. But there's quite a bit of good news there for Xbox fans, from Starfield to Dragon Age and other stuff. That's all coming up. So I'll get that out probably tomorrow now. But overall, thanks so much for hanging out, guys. It's been absolutely awesome. I know we went way longer than we normally do tonight. But thank you again for Chille for hanging out. And everyone probably needs a shower now because they actually agreed with DCG for once.
Yeah.
Have a good night, folks.
Everyone go get in a shower. Bye.
And remain legend. Like and subscribe. Do it.
Right, comment down below. Bye.
Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. Do it.
Bye. Do it. You should do it.
Like and subscribe.
and leave a comment for engagement reasons.
Do it. No, seriously. Peace out, guys.
Bye.